Welcome to the exciting world of JavaScript. If you're new to programming or looking to expand your skill set, you've come to the right place. JavaScript is a versatile and widely used programming language that can help you build dynamic and interactive websites, web applications, and so much more. In this YouTube course, we will take you on a journey from the very basics of JavaScript to a point where you can confidently write code, solve problems, and create your own web based projects. Whether you're interested in web development, app development, or just curious about coding in general, JavaScript is an essential skill that open up a world of possibilities. JavaScript, often abbreviated as JS, is a high level interpreted programming language primarily used for web development. It allows you to add interactivity and functionality to your websites, making them more dynamic and engaging. JavaScript runs on web browsers, which means it can be executed directly on your user's device, enabling real time updates and interaction without the need for constant server communication. Why would you want to learn JavaScript? Top on the list will be that it is the language used for web development. JavaScript is versatile, it is in high demand, it has a large community, and resources are available for you to use in learning them. In this YouTube course, we'll start with the fundamentals of JavaScript and gradually build your knowledge and skill through hands on coding exercises and projects. At the end of this course, you'll have a solid foundation in JavaScript and you'll be well prepared to explore more advanced topics and embark on your coding journey. So grab your favorite text editor, set up your development environment, and let's get started on this exciting journey into the world of JavaScript. Now we set our development environment. The first thing you want to do is to go to your web browser. You download any text editor of your choice. I'm going to be using Visual Studio Code for this particular tutorial. If you want to download Visual Studio Code, you can go to code.visualstudio.com. Yes, code.visualstudio.com, or you can go through Google. You can just look for VS Code. So come through Google, you look for VS Code. So this is this first one over here. Just click on download. So you can also download from here by going to the site directly, but you can use any text editor of your choice. You can use Atom. Okay, at the moment of recording this video, Atom has been discontinued, so you can use Sublime, you can use PyCharm, any text editor of your choice. But I'll be using VS Code in this particular tutorial, so I have VS Code installed already. So what will happen is that you can check out some videos on the channel. If you come here and look for VS Code, so you can see how to install VS Code on Windows 10. So this is how to install it on a Mac. So if you want to follow this tutorial using a mobile phone, you can use this for Android and this for iOS. Just check any of these guides for iOS, for Android, for Mac, and for Windows. You can install the text editor you can use to follow up with this tutorial. But I have my text editor installed already. So what will happen is that I can go to my downloads folder, create a new folder. I can just say new, then folder. I'm on Windows, by the way. So learn JavaScript. So I can just come to my VS Code, then I will open folder. Instead of open file, I will open folder. Then I'll go and look for the folder that I just created. Then I'll select the folder. So it will open the folder afresh in VS Code. So all the files I'm going to be creating will be in this particular folder. So before we start writing, the reason why you are saying all these ones is because I've installed my VS Code a long time ago. So these are some recent projects that I worked on. So before we continue, I have to bring something to your notice that while working with VS Code, we have some extensions that you can use to extend the default functionalities of VS Code to make your coding experience way easier. So if you come to the extensions marketplace, you can see the extensions over here. I have some extensions installed here already. These are extensions I use regularly. So, but the two extensions I will recommend that you install prettier. So this is a code formatter. This first one over here, this code formatter. Every time you write code, it will format the code properly for you. Then apart from this one, live server. So this live server over here. So now you will see the way we'll be using this live server. This live server makes development very easy, such that when you save your file, you don't have to reload the web browser. The web browser will reload itself automatically. So let's get back to setting up our development environment. I have live server and Prettier installed already. So what I want to do is to create the HTML file. I believe that before now you understand HTML. I believe that before now you understand HTML because HTML is a prerequisite for this particular course. So index.html, and I will advise you that you learn CSS as well. So before taking this course, even if it's a bit, but HTML, you must learn HTML before taking this course. So index.js. Okay. So one thing you can do is to partition your screen into two. So I have my JS here, I have my HTML here. So I can do something like VS Code makes it very easy. If I just type HTML, it will give me these three options. Just click on HTML5 and you can see this HTML structure over here. So now for you to link your JavaScript file, you say scripts, then src, the src, sorry, src. So now some people might just write index.js directly because obviously they are in the same directory, but that is wrong. It is better for you to use this terminal command to show that it is in the same directory. There are some environments where you try to host this and it will be looking for your JS file. It will be giving you 404 because it can't find it. So index.js. So instead of linking your JavaScript file like this, another thing you can do, you might decide to write your script directly in your HTML file. The same way you write your styles directly in your HTML file. You can come here and do something like style, then you write your css here, but you can also do the same thing for JavaScript. Just come here and in the script tag over here you can do something like console.log. And what do you want to log to the console? Maybe ready. So if I should save this, and the next thing I want to do is I can close this, I don't need them anymore. So I can just click on go live. You can see the documents I have. Click on go live, and if you click on go live, it will start a live server for you. It will start a live server, then you just have to wait a bit. Okay, you can see, but you can see that the page is empty now. Let me add an h1. Let me say JavaScript tutorial. Okay, save this, come back here. You can see JavaScript tutorial. Okay, so JavaScript tutorial, but this console.log that I wrote here, where am I going to see it? You are going to be seeing it in the developer console on your Chrome. Control Shift I. If you do Control Shift I, let me just Control Shift I. So let me remove this thing from responsive. So you come to console, you can see what I have here. Just click on console, you can see ready. So I can just say JS ready to run. Come back here, you can see JS ready to run. So if you notice very well, every time I save this thing, let me say JavaScript tutorial for beginners. If I save this and I come back here, you can see that it automatically reloads itself. It is because of this live server that I have over here. This live server that I have over here. If you want to run this HTML file directly, you can just right click and click on copy path. If you click on copy path, open a new tab and you paste the path there. If I should run this, it will work. But if I should come here and let me change for beginners to experts. If I save this, come back here, you can see that this one will reload itself. If I should close this, you can see that this one will reload itself, but this one will not reload itself. I need to reload it manually for me to get this other part, which is not what I want. So you might be working on a very big project and this will save you a lot of clicks just reloading the web browser. So that is how you write your script, your JavaScript code inside your HTML file. But if you don't want to write it in your HTML file, for example, let me see console.log, you can say JS running from external file. Then you close this. I can just remove this one. Then I'll add the src attributes. Then I'll supply the path index.js. This is one of the advantages of coding with VS Code. As soon as I typed, it knows that I'm looking for a particular file, so it will just it suggests all these files that I have in the directory over here. So just index.js. So if I save this and I save this one, so don't forget I have to save this one, but this one is JS running from an external file. Come back to my web browser, you can see JS running from the external file. So those are two ways you can run your JavaScript. You can run the JavaScript inline, like running it from your inside the script over here, or you link an external file using the src attribute of the script tag. So those are two ways you can write your JavaScript file and link it to your HTML. So that will be all for setting up our development environment. Moving forward, we are going to be talking about JavaScript comments. So JavaScript comments, I can take this one out. Let me say JS comments. JavaScript comments can be used to explain JavaScript code and to make it more readable. JavaScript comments can also be used to prevent execution when testing alternative code or debugging your applications. Two types of comments that we have. We have the single line commenting and we have the multi-line commenting. For the single line commenting, all you have to do is this thing that I've done here. Just and anything you write in front, it will take it as a comment. So an example will be to explain JavaScript code. You can do something like declaring first variable. Let's x equal to 1. So I don't have to put the second line here. Then the second one, declaring second variable, let x equal to, let y equal to 2. Don't forget you must put your semicolon and your semicolon. Then you can do something like logging boot to the console, then console.log x, then console.log y. Close this and save it. come back to the web browser, you can see what I have here. Let me zoom in. You can see what I have, 1 and 2. So that is how you can use it to explain your code. But if you want to do multi-line commenting, for example, as I want to go to the next thing we have to treat, I have no use for JS comments anymore, so I can just no. Then I'll come to the end, and that is it. All this I have turned everything to a comment, so you can see the beginning of the comment and the end of the comment. So all these ones over here now, it will treat it as a comment. So if I should try to save this, you can see my log is empty. Let me just come here and do something like console.log after comments. Save this. Now because I have the prettier extension installed, it gave me this semicolon automatically. So that is one of the advantages of installing the, you can see after comments. So that will be all for comments. Then we move on to variables and constants. So a variable is a named storage location in a computer's memory where you can store and manipulate data. Variables are used to represent and store values that can change during the execution of a program. They serve as placeholders for data, making it easier for programmers to work with and manipulate information with their code. So we have two ways that you can declare variables in JavaScript. Two ways you can declare variables in JavaScript. You can use the var and you can use the let. So we also have JavaScript constants. We declare with consts. So const, use it to declare let me say variables that the values will never change throughout the execution of the program. So that is what you used const for. But if the okay, don't let me say variables that the value will never change, because variable means it can change. So you can declare spaces in memory where you want to store constant values. Yes, let me put it that way. So for var and let, you declare variables that you declare values that the value can change over the course of the execution of the program. So to declare a constant, you use the const keyword. The var keyword was used in all JavaScript code from 1955 to 2015. So in 2015, they introduced let and they introduced consts. So if you are developing for old web browsers, you are going to be using var. But trust me, in more standard codes, nobody uses var anymore. So they use let and const. So to declare variables using var and let, I'll be using let, but it's the same way basically. You can say let x equal to 20 and let y equal to 35. I'm declaring two integer values, then let z equal to x plus y. So you can just come here and do console.log, then you can output z. If I save this, come to my console, you can see I have 55. To make our life way easier, I can do something like this, so that I have my console one side and I have my VS Code on the other side. So that way I won't have to be going in and out. So I can bring my, let me close this one, we are not going to be needing it for long. So I can just bring this like this. So let me have this, and I have this over here. Okay, I think this will make our work way easier. So let me zoom this in. So x equal to 20, y equals to 35. Then we have let z equal to x plus y, console log z. You see, I have 55. So that is how you use variables. So if you want to declare a constant, so let me just change all the let to const. If I change everything to const, you can't change the value over time. So um okay, this is just coming from the extension, so just leave that one for now. So if I save this, you see 55, so it is working fine. I can change this one to 65. You see it's giving me 85, but please note you cannot change these values throughout the course of the program. So before we move on, I want us to talk about identifiers. So all JavaScript variables must be identified with unique names. For example, this is X and this is Y, this is Z. You cannot declare a variable twice. You cannot. And moreover, these are constant, so it can't even change throughout the execution cycle of the program. So these unique identifiers are called identifiers. These unique names are called identifiers. Identifiers can be short names like X and Y, or more descriptive name like sum, age, name. So you can have profit, loss. You can have something like um, let's price, or costs, then underscore price. You can have something like let cost price equal to maybe 700, and let selling price equal to maybe 2000. Then you can say let profit equal to the selling price minus the cost price. You see, one of the advantages of coding with VS Code, because I've declared these variables initially, it is suggesting it for me. So those are part of the advantages of using VS Code. So, and on your end, I need to point out something. On your end, most likely, you can see this line of code. Because my screen is now small, it is overflowing my screen. You can see it is overflowing my screen. So VS Code has this feature called word wrap that you can achieve using Alt Z, the Alt key and Z. So with the Alt key and Z, you can wrap your text to the next line. So you can see what I have over here. Instead of overflowing everything to the end of the line, it will just, when it gets to the end of my screen, it will wrap the text. So take note. But it's preference. I prefer to code like that. Console.log, then I have profits. You see, it is working fine. Just ignore this for now. So cost price is 700, the selling price is 2000, then we have the profits. So your variables can be short names like X, Y, and whatsoever, and it can be very descriptive names like cost price, selling price, profit, and all that. So the general rules for constructing names and for variables, which are unique identifiers, are as follows. Names can contain letters, digits, underscores, and dollar sign. Letters A to Z, or it can be capital A to Z. Digits 0 to 9. It can contain underscore and it can contain the dollar sign. But I rarely do this. I rarely do this too. Names must begin with a letter A to Z, or A to Z, capital Z. Let me use multi-line commenting. I don't like the way VS Code is highlighting everything for me. Okay, so it can contain any of this. It must begin with a letter. It must begin with a letter. Then names can also begin with dollar sign and underscore. So it can also begin with dollar sign and the underscore, but I rarely do this. So well, I rarely see this in major programs. So, and names are case sensitive. They are case sensitive. For example, I have cost price here. Let me do something like X, then selling price, Control D, Y. Okay, so you can see I have X and Y. What if I decide to use capital Y here? So if you take a good look at what I have here, this is small y, this is capital Y. If I save this, my program will throw up. You can see y is not defined. You can see it is small y, a small letter y that I defined, and I'm trying to call capital letter Y. These are two different variables. So I have to bring it back as small letter y, and my program is back to life. So they are case sensitive. Very important. They are case sensitive. So reserved keywords cannot be used as names. Reserved keywords. Reserved keywords are like for, while, and any particular keyword that JavaScript has a special function for cannot be used as a variable name. So well, that will be all for variables for now. So we'll be talking about operators now. Operators. Operators. So an operator is a symbol or a sequence of symbols that represent a specific operation or action to be performed on one or more operands. Operators are used to manipulate data, perform calculation, and control the flow of a program. So basically, you can use operators to generate another value from a value or two values. So basically, I have a value or a set of values, and I can generate a third value from them. Example, I have x and I have y. Then using y and x, I used this operator to generate another value, profit. So that is operators. We have different type of operators in JavaScript. We have the arithmetic operators, we have the assignment operators, we have the comparison operators, we have string operators, logical, bitwise, ternary, then we have the type operators as well. So we are going to be talking about all of them briefly. So for the arithmetic operators, we have the let me bring in the multi-line comments to make it neater. Okay, so for the arithmetic operators, we have the plus sign, we have the negative sign, which is for subtraction, we have multiplication, we have exponentiation that was introduced in ES16, we have the division, we have the modular division, then we also have the increment, then we have the decrement. So I'll be using an example to explain each and every one of them. Let me also use this thing I have here. Let me use this one. So let me just comment everything out. Then come here. So I can say let's x equal to maybe 700, or let me use a small number, say 5, and let y equal to 7. So then let z equal to x plus y. Then we've done something similar. Console.log. Then I have z. Okay, if I save this, you can see x plus y is 12. Then using the minus, just the same way the minus works in basic math. Save this, you can see negative 2. Then we have the multiplication. Multiplication. So 5 times 7 should give you 35. Then we have the exponentiation, which is exponentiation, but to keep it simple, I'm going to be changing this one to 2. So this will be 5 raised to the power of 2, which will give me 25. Then we have the division. This is the division over here. So 5, let me make this one 10 to keep it simple, or 8. So save this, you can see 8 divided by 2 is giving me 4. Then I have the modular division. Okay, now modular division basically, let me use this particular example I love to use 10 and 3. So if you want to divide 10 by 3, normally you are going to be getting 3 remainder 1. So 3 times 3 is 9, then you have 1 left. So two type of division that we have in programming, actually we have the integer division and the modular division, but in JavaScript it's just modular division that we have. So this modular division takes cognizance of the remainder, only the remainder. So 10 modular 3 modulus 3 is going to be giving you 1. 10 divided by 3 will give you 3 remainder 1. The remainder is what is taken into cognizance here. So if I save this thing, you see it's giving me 1 over here. It's giving me 1. So just ignore this, please. So it's just all these extensions. So apart from that, we have the increment and the decrement. So the way the increment and the decrement works is like this. You can do something. You can see I've defined x as 10 and y as 3. I can do something like x plus plus. Then let me take this one out. X. If I save this, take a good look. X is what? 10. But I'm logging x to the console and x is giving me 11. The reason why it's giving me 11 is because I have incremented x by 1. That is what this means. Increment x by 1. Increment x by the value of 1. Whatever x is representing, increment it by 1. That is what is happening over here. So if I change this to y, so y, save this. Initially y used to be 3, but now y is 4. That is what the increment does. Then we have the decrement. The decrement, if I save this, you can see it reduces the value by 1. So those are arithmetic operators for you. Then we have assignment operators. Assignment operators are used to assign values to variables. Basically, you use assignment operators to assign values to variables. So let me say assignment operators. So for this assignment operators, okay, the assignment operators we have the equal to, we have the plus equal to, we have the negative equal to, then we also have the multiplied equal to, we have the division then equal to, then we have the modular division equal to, we have exponentiation and equal to. So for this particular assignment operators, you really need them, but they come in handy in some situations. So for this first one is an assignment operator. You basically use it to assign value from left to the right, to assign values from left to right. That is what you use this particular operator for. Then we have plus equal to. So this plus equal to, let me use it here. So you see that I have x as 10 and y as 3. So I can say um, x plus equal to y. In simple terms, what I did here is basically increment the value of x by the value of y. The value of x is what? 10 and the value of y is 3. So increment the value of x by the value of y. So x should be giving me 13. You see, 13. So that is how plus equal to works. Then we have minus equal to. Decrease the value of x by the value of y. Simple. You see, I have 7. Then we have the multiplied equal to. If I save this, you see I'm getting 30 here because basically what I want to do is I'm multiplying the value of y by x, which is 30, and that 30 will be the final value of x. So the division equal to, the modular equal to, exponentiation equal to, all of them follow the same pedigree. So you perform the operation of the operator, then you assign it to the value on the left. That is just it basically. So for um comparison operators, we have comparison operators. Comparison operators are used to find the relationship between two values. Use it to find the relationship between two values. Comparison operators. For example, in mathematics, if you have two numbers, x and y, it's either x is greater than y, x is less than y, or x is equal to y. So let me comparison operators. Okay. So for the comparison operators, we have equal to, we have triple equal to, we have not equal to, then we have not equal to, we have greater than, we have less than, we have greater than or equal to, we have less than or equal to, then we also have the ternary operator. Yes, yeah, we have the ternary operator. So these are the comparison operators that we have in JavaScript. So for this first one, use it to check if one value is equal to the other value. Then for this one, use it to check if they are of equal value and they are of equal type. For example, is x double equal to y? Let me just log the answer directly, the result rather. Okay, so if I save this, you see I'm getting false because x is not equal to y. What if I do 10? You see, I'm getting true. You see, I'm getting true because this is 10. This is 10.0. You understand? But this is going to give me true 10.0. But this is for double equal to. But for this triple equal to, if I do triple equal to and I save it, I'm also going to be getting true. What if I do this? You see, I'm getting false. This is a string, even though it is 10. Even though it is 10, this is a string and this is a number. This is a number and this is a string. So they are not of the same type. It will obviously give me false. So we have the not equal to, the not equal to, we check if both values, if they are not the same. Then not equal to, we check if they are not the same value and they are not of the same type. So we have greater than, less than. So let me let me change this one back to 3. So x greater than y, you see it's giving me true. What of x less than y? Is giving me false because obviously x is not less than y. So we have greater than equal to, less than or equal to, less than or equal to, save it, you see false. What of greater than or equal to, if I save it, you see it's giving me true. So the for the ternary operator, we are going to be using it later on in the course. I will explain it later. So you use it for conditional statements. I'll just skip that for now. So you can also use these comparison operators to compare strings as well, not just integers. For example, I can do something like, I might need this later, so let me just comment it out. I might do something like, let t1 equal to a, and let t2 equal to b. Okay, so if I say t1 greater than t2 and I save it, you see it's giving me false because in JavaScript we see b as greater than a, because in the alphabet actually a comes before b. So if you want to read it, a b c d, a comes before b, so it will see b as greater than a. So if I do something like less than, oh sorry, I did a mistake. So less than, you see it's giving me true. So that is that. Now I want to point out something. This plus operator that we have over here can be used for two things. It can be used for addition and concatenation. For example, now x and y are both numbers, t1 and t2 are texts. So if I have x here and I have y here, if I should save no, plus, if I should save this, you see it's giving me 13. This is what you call addition. But if I have t1 and t2 and I save this, you see it's giving me ab. This is what you call concatenation. This is what you call concatenation. So let me give you a use case for this thing. You can have something like, let first name equal to Chris. Then let last name equal to halogen. Okay, then you can now say let full name equal to the first name plus the last name. But I'll bring this full name. I'll log the full name to the console. If I save this, you see I'm getting Chris halogen, but you can see the Chris and the halogen. It just merge everything together. I need to put a space between S and H. There are many ways to achieve this, but I'm just going to be using something very user friendly. So just come here and concatenate the first name with a space bar, then the last name. If I save this, you see Chris halogen. Very self-explanatory. So you can also use the plus equal to. You can also use the plus equal to. Where is it? This plus equal to. You can also use it to concatenate strings. For example, look at what I did over here. First name, last name. So you can just say first name plus equal to an empty string. If I should come here and output the first name, if I save this, it's going to be showing me Chris, but there's a space bar. You can see the space bar. If I should highlight everything that is here now, you can see I'm highlighting Chris and there is a space bar here. The space bar that you can see there is this particular space bar here, that space bar. So that is Chris. Then for me to get halogen to it, I can just come here and last name. If I save this, now on line 76, first name is Chris and a space bar after executing line 76. Now after executing line 77, first name is going to be first name plus equal to then last name, and first name initially used to be Chris and a space bar, but last name is halogen, so it will just concatenate everything together like that. So that is how you can use the plus equal to operator to concatenate strings. So we move on to the logical operators. So logical operators are used to find truth values. That is what logical operators are used for. Truth values. Now truth values are either true or false. Um, all these comparison operators can generate truth values. When we were working on comparison operators, you see that everything we were getting is basically true or false. For example, is T1 equal to T2? Is T1 equal to T2? You can see it's giving me false. Is T1 not equal to T2? You see it's giving me true because T1 is not equal to T2. So that is true. So now you can see that we are using comparison operators to generate truth values. To generate truth values. Now you use logical operators to compare truth values. You use it to compare truth values. So you can use it to generate a truth value from other truth values. So for the comparison operator, um, so comparison, no, for the logical operator rather. So for the logical operators, we are going to be having, we have three logical operators in programming. Generally, we have three logical operators. Three logical operators. Now, the first operator that we are going to be dealing with is the logical AND. Then we have, or you can represent it as AND. Then we have the logical OR. You can also write it as OR. Then we also have the NOT, which can be represented as NOT. Now, we need to do a bit of explaining here. So we have the logical AND. How the logical AND works is that for the logical AND to give you true, then both operands have to be true. If both operands are not true, then it's going to be giving you false. I will give you an example. So let me say age is equal to maybe 23. Then let me say voters card equal to false. Now, I'm a Nigerian. I'm shooting this video from Nigeria. For you to be able to vote in Nigeria, the first thing is that you must be above 18. That's the first requirement. You must be above the age of 18. Then the second requirement is that you must have a valid voters card. A valid voters card. So let's say this particular user, the age of the user is 23. The voters card status, do you have a voters card, is false. Now you come here and compare. So you can do something like don't forget your let, then forget your let. Okay, so you can do something like let, no, let's just log it to the console directly, console.log. So age, then, and don't forget age and voters card. So I think this is not giving me what I want. Okay, so I don't think this one's, perhaps, let me just take those ones out and just go with the symbols. So but and works, and is supposed to work. Okay, then it doesn't work then. I write PHP and Python too, so I guess that is what is causing the confusion. So just take away all those other ones. So if I save this, you can see it's giving me false. So this particular user will not be able to vote. We have two conditions that must be met for the user to be able to vote. We have age and we have voters card. The age is true, yes. So no, actually it should be age greater than 18. Age greater than 18. So it's age greater than 18, very true. And voters card, but the user is eligible to vote age wise, but the user doesn't have a voters card, so obviously it's going to be giving us false. Both conditions have to be met, have to be met. So in the case of this or operator over here, if one of them is true, then obviously we can tolerate it. If one of them is true, if both of them are true, it will give us true. If one of them is true, it will give us true. But if both of them are false, then it will give us false. So let me see. You see, it's giving me true. But what if I change the user's age to maybe 15 and I save this? You see, it's giving me false. It is giving me false. So this last operator that we have over here, this not operator, it is basically used to negate a truth value. You use it to negate a truth value. For example, not true will be false, not false will be true. Not boy, girl, not girl, boy, and like that, like that. So you can do something like, let me just take this one out. You see that voters card, the value is false. I can just come here and say not voters card. Save it. You see, it's true. Voters card used to be false, but because I added this not operator, it will negate whatever is here, and negating it means false, so negating it, it will give me true. So that is how you use the logical operators. So we have the type operators. We have the type operators. So for this type operators, it returns the type of a variable. It returns the type of a variable. We also have the instance of. So the type operators will come in handy for you. The instance of, it comes in once in a while. So the type operators. The type operators. So we have just two of them. Type of. Then we have instance of. Instance of and type of. Those are the two that we have. So you can see that age is 15 and voters card is false. So I can just bring in the type of So let me just say um, type of. So save this. You can see the type is boolean. It's boolean. When we start talking about data types, you understand this. Boolean. A boolean is a two-state data type, just true or false. So what of the type of age? If I save this, you see the type of age is number. In other programming languages, we have integers, floats, and all those. But in JavaScript, all numeric data types are classified as numbers. So for us to talk about instance of, for us to show an example of instance of, let me write a class. I'll just write a basic class. I can do something like class. Let me say student. So for this particular student, the student will have constructor. Then the student will have a name, and I can do something like this dot name equal to whatever name that is given. So now I can come and say let John be a new student, and the name of the student will be John. So now for me to check, I can do something like console the log. I will now say John instance of, then I can say student. Save this. You see it's true because John is an instance. This is the class, this is the object, this is the class, which is the blueprint of the object. Why this is the object itself. So John, which is the class, which is the object, is it an instance of this class over here, which is true. So that is how you use the instance of operator. So at this juncture, I will want us to do a bit of exercise. So for you to get all the exercises, go to halogenius.tech/learn JavaScript. Learn JavaScript. So all the exercises that you are going to be taking in this course will be found in this link, Learn JavaScript. So this link will be available in the description below. So if you scroll down, if you scroll down, exactly. So these are the exercises. We have a lot of them. You can see the exercises for operators, for numbers, conditional statements, and all that. All the exercises that you are going to be needing in this, that you're going to be doing in this particular course, everything is here. So for variables, so just declare variables for the following: name, age, a student, favorite number, and city. So you are declaring 4 variables. So you are going to be performing basic math operations with addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, which is very simple. So concatenate strings, concatenate two strings, first name and last name, concatenate them to form a full name. So also compare numbers, two numbers greater than or less than. So use the logical operators, check for equality, check for inequality, increment and decrement. We did all this. So calculate the area of a rectangle using the length and the width. So basically you are multiplying the length by the width. So you're also converting temperature. So you calculate discount, you determine the length of a string. This is a bit out of what you've learned so far, but I'm very sure that you are up to the task, so you can just google it a bit. So these are other things that you have to do. So the exercises. So let's go back to what we were working on. Okay, we want to talk about data types. So data types are basically the type of information that you can manipulate using JavaScript. Data types. So data types, we have 8 data types in JavaScript. We have the string, we have the string, we have the number, we have the big int, then number 4 we have the boolean, then number 5 we have the undefined, then number 6 we have null, number 7 we have symbol, number 8 we have objects. So these are all the data types. These are all the data types that we have in in JavaScript. So um, I'm going to be giving a brief example of all of them. So for the first one that we're going to be talking about, let's start with the strings, which is the first one, the string. So the string is a text or a text string. Is a series of characters, you understand, enclosed with single quotes or double quotes. A series of characters enclosed with single quotes or double quotes. An example of a string is halogeneous, enclosed within double quotes. So I can also enclose with single quotes, single or double quotes. This is a valid string and this is also a valid string. So that is a string for you. And a string can be an address, it can be a name, it can be anything at all. Anything you can enclose within single quotes and double quotes is what you refer to as a string. So for the next one, we are going to be talking about numbers. So basically, a number is a numeric data. A number is a numeric data. Number can be one, it can be 1 million, it can be whatsoever. A number basically is a numeric data. So it can be a decimal it can be a decimal value, it can be a floating point value rather, and it can be a whole number value. A floating point value is like 10.37, a whole number value can be 700. So those are numbers for you. So we also have exponential notation for numbers. For example, if you do something like let y equal to say 128, then exponential maybe 5, then this should be let console.log y. Save this. You can see the exponential notations. You can see 1 2 3 4 5, 5 zeros in front of 128, so it comes in handy too. So the next one that we're going to be talking about, so for this big int, basically you use big int to represent very large numbers. For booleans are truth values, like I said initially. Booleans are truth values. So truth values in the sense that it's basically true or false. You can say y is 2 and let x equal to 3, is y equal to x. You see, false. So this is a boolean value. False is a boolean value. So true and false are the only two boolean values that we have. So we also have objects, the object data type. So JavaScript objects are written with curly braces. So basically they are key value pairs. A particular item for an object is a key value pair. You can use it to store a collection. So you can see that in the case of x and y that we have been doing since, y is just one value and x is another value. But you can use the object to store collections, the key value pair. So you can do something like const person equal to, so you can say name Chris, age 12. Then you can do something like eye color eye color, let me say indigo. Indigo. So that is your object for you. I can just come here and do console.log person. So you see my object over here. I have name, I have age, I have eye color. So if what I need is just the name, I can just index it like this, name, and I save it. You see, it's giving me only Chris. If I want just age, I save it, age. So you are going to be needing this a lot because of JavaScript object notation, which is what we refer to as JSON. This is the mode by which they transfer data between each other. So if systems want to communicate with each other by sending appropriate data that is required, JSON is what they use. And this is the object over here. Something like this is what they use to transfer data between systems. So if I save this, you can see this is it. So that is object for you. So we have arrays. Arrays also used to store collection, but unlike the object that is a key value pair, array an item is just one value. So let me just leave this one, const even numbers. So for these even numbers, I can just have this, then I'll say 2 4 6 8. So for me to get the even numbers, I can just come here and say even numbers. If I save this, you see I have an array. I have an array, so you can see the array over here. You can see the indexing. The item at the first index is 0. The second one is at 1, 2, and 3. So the length of this array, basically, which is the number of elements in the array, is 4. But the index of the last element is 3 because the indexing is starting from 0. So please take note of that. Take note of that. So undefined, talking about this undefined over here. Undefined in JavaScript, a variable without a value has the value of undefined by default. If you declare a variable and the variable does not have a value, the value is going to be undefined. For example, you see undefined. I declared a variable without a value. Automatically it will assume it is undefined. So that is that about data types. So let us go back to the exercises. You can see these exercises on operators and expressions. These exercises on operators and expressions. So just work on them. Calculate the bill, calculate the change. So you bought an item for $30. Let me increase my screen size. So they calculate the change, calculate the area, the age difference, even or odd, the product price, the budget calculation, the temperature conversion, the exam score, the time calculation, the percentage increase, the speed calculation, and all those. So just work on them. Work on them. So um, let's go back to our work. Up next, we're going to be talking about strings. So, like I said, strings is a collection of characters enclosed within the single quotes or the double quotes. So, strings. So, I said, let me see, let's name equal to halogenius. Now, this is a valid string, console.log name. Okay, if I save this, you see I'm getting halogenius. Where is undefined coming from? This one. Okay, so you can see what I have, halogenius. Let name equal to halogenius, console.log name. So why is name, oh, get out. So I might use single quotes or double quotes. You see, single quotes and double quotes, both of them work just fine. So but one that will not work is if I have if I'm opening with a single quote and I'm closing with a double quote, you see I'm getting syntax error. And if this is the opening and a double quote is closing it, it will also give you syntax error. So you are either closing or opening. You are closing both. You are either closing and opening with the single quote, or you are closing and opening using the double quote. Okay, so that is an example of a string. So you can also use quotes inside of a string. You can also use a quote inside of a string. An example is, let me see, a sentence. So my name is, so let me take this one off. If I save this, then I print sentence. You see, my name is Halogenius, but on the other hand, I can use single quotes as the. If I save this, you see, my name is Halogenius. It's working just fine. So you can have a double quote inside a single quote, or a single quote inside a double quote, or a single quote inside a double quote. Yes, both of them will work just fine. So for you to find the number of characters a string contains, that is what you refer to as the length of a string. So for you to find the length of this string, for example, sentence, you can be having something like dot length. If I save this, you see the length is 23. It contains 23 characters. 23 characters includes the spacebar and the quote as well. So that is how you can find the length of the string. So we also have escape characters. These escape characters are special characters. You use escape characters to inject these special characters into your string. For example, we have the tab spacing, the backspace, the new line, the carriage return, and the vertical tabulator. But I'll just show an example of some of them. So if for example you want to, maybe my name is, go to the next line. If I save this, no, the sentence is just what I want to save. You see, my name is, goes to the next line, halogenius. You can see. So, and if it is a tab spacing that you want, you see, it's creating this tab space. You can see the tab spacing there, the tab spacing there. So that is how you use that new line. We have the vertical tabulator. Let me just um, list out some of all these escape characters that we have. So we have the so if you want to show single quotes, so if you want to show double quotes, to show double quotes, so if you want to show a backslash, just so backspace, then this is for a form field, then this one is new line carriage return, then we have the tab spacing, which is the horizontal tabulator. So then we have vertical tabulator, but the one that I'm sure you'll be using often is the new line and the new tab. So these ones, maybe once in a while, that is how you use them. Just inject them into, just put them, add them to your string like this, and it will give you the effect, the desired effect that you want. So that is escape characters. So you can also break up a code line within a text string with a single backslash. For example, you can do something like this. If you do something like this and you can see my name is halogenius, My name is Halogenius. Just using this single backslash, I'm breaking up. If I add the space here, you see my name is Halogenius. So just this single slash is going to take the. It is more like you. If this line is too long, for example, you want to break it down to two lines, so you can just use this to this single backslash to break it down into two lines. To break it down into two lines. So we also have string indexing in JavaScript. String indexing. So string indexing. Let me just use a simple string. Let me say a word equal to maybe university. Okay. So I can just say a word. Now, if you remember when we explained the array the other time, you can see the way the arrays were indexed 0, 1, 2, 3. That is the same way you index your strings, string indexing. For example, the element at the zeroth index, which is the first element, is this. At the first index, at the second index, and all that. So you can do something like 0, and if I save it, you see, word indexing 0 is giving me u. So you can see word indexing 0 is giving me u. If I want to index 1, just you see n. If I want to index 4, for example, you see it's giving me e. So that is how you do string indexing in JS. That's how you do string indexing. String indexing. So other methods that you have that you use for JavaScript strings. So JavaScript provides a wide range of string methods that will allow you to manipulate and work with strings effectively. So string methods, they are built-in functions that can be applied to string values to perform various operations like modifying, searching, extracting, splitting the string. So apart from the length of the string, apart from getting the length of the string, you can also concatenate strings together. You can concatenate strings together. A good example, let's say first, let's can concatenate strings together. Let me say Chris, then let's last name equal to halogenius. So how can you concatenate the string now? So you can do something like const full name equal to Chris. No, or you can do it this way. First name, then you now say dot concat. So the strings that you want to concatenate with it, I want to concatenate a space bar, then the last name. So I can just console.log the full name. So you can see Chris Halogenius. So you can see first name is Chris, the last name is Halogenius. Then I now declare a constant full name equal to this first name, but concatenate together with that first name a space, a space character, then the last name. So that is how you do concatenation. So you can also do conversion to uppercase or to lowercase. For example, let's also use this full name. You can say dot to uppercase. You see, Chris Halogenius, but you can say to lower as well. To lowercase. You see, Chris Halogenius, everything to lowercase. So you can also do searching. You can search a string. You can look for a string in another string. For example, you can say okay, full name is Chris Halogenius. So full name is Chris Halogenius. I can do something like console dot log. Then I will now say full name dot index of, let me say, Chris. It is giving me 0 over here. The reason why it's giving me 0 over here is because Chris is occurring in the first, in the like the beginning of Chris is at the 0th index over here. What if I can do something like Halogenius? If I save it, you see it's giving me Chris because H is starting from the 6th index. You can see Halogenius H is starting from the 6th index. And don't forget that this one is to lowercase. Let me save this one. So you can see Halogenius is at the 6th index. So that is the reason why it is showing that. So if for one reason or the other um your your query string, which is halogenious, is occurring in multiple instances in the particular string, there is a workaround for it. So take for example, I is occurring here and I is also occurring here. So if I want to look for I and I want to get the last index of I can do something like this: last index of I. If I save it, you can see that the last index is at 13. Understand? The last index is at 13. So that is it. So you can also do string slicing, and you can also get a substring. So string slicing is basically you getting a portion of a string. You have the string, it is very long, or even if it's not very long, but you're trying to get a portion. You're not trying to get the whole string, just a portion. For example, this is university now. You might just want to get uni. Instead of the whole university, you just want to get uni. So how can you do that? Very simple. So you can do something like, mm, you can say um, word dot substring. So I'm going to be starting from 0 comma 4. Save this. Okay, no, it should be 0 comma 3. So you see what I have over here now. So word dot substring 0 comma 3. 0 comma 3 starting at index 0, stopping at index 3, excluding index 3. So this will be index 0, 1 and 2, which is what you are having here, uni. If I want to index ver, for example, I can simply that will be index 3, stopping at index 6. You see, so that is ver for you. So you can also use the slice keyword. So you can do something like slice. You can see they work almost the same way. They work the same way. Slice 3 comma 6 is still giving ver. Start at the third index, stop at the sixth index, excluding the sixth index. So that is that about that. You can also replace a portion of a string with another string. For example, let me say um let me do something like, let me take this one out. Let phrase equal to I love JavaScript. So you can do something like this. To do the replacement, you can say console.log. I want to log the replacement directly to the console. So I can say phrase the replace. So I can say replace JavaScript. Replace JavaScript with Python. save. So you see, I love Python. So that is how you can replace a portion of a string with another string. So you can also split an array, a string into an array. For example, you can see I love JavaScript. You can create an array of this. So the first item you are going to be having I, the second item will be love, the third item will be JavaScript, like that. So you can do something like dot split. So if you split everything using a space bar, you see, you can see this is an array. I love JavaScript. And the phrase original is just I love and JavaScript. But you can see the spacing over here, the tab, the space bar character over here. You can see the space bar character. And that is what I used as the delimiter here. That is what I use as the delimiter here. So it is splitting it into three. If I should come here and put a comma, for example, I will just get an array with only one item, and the single item will just be I love JavaScript. But if I should do something like this, you see, I love JavaScript. So that is it. Now you can also trim text. You can trim text. It will remove all the it will remove all the white spaces. It will remove all the white spaces from both ends of the string. For example, I can say dot trim. So let me add some spacing before and after. So you can see the spaces I've added. So you can see you can't find any spaces here. If I should remove the trim, you see, you can see all the spaces here. You see all the spaces. But adding the trim back, you see all the spaces are gone. All the spaces are gone. Let us talk about some other string search operation that you can do. Some string search operation that you can do. So apart from just finding the index or the last index of a particular item, you can also verify if a particular string starts with a particular character or ends with a particular character. For example, see, university ends with capital Y, don't forget. So you can do something like word dot starts with, don't forget, capital Y. No, it should be capital U. If I save this, it gives me true. But if I come with any other thing about apart from a small u, apart from a capital U, it's going to be giving me false, because obviously my word university does not start with a small u. If I use a Z, you see, it will still give me false. So ends with, so capital Y. You can see it is giving me true. So I can check if Chris is contained in full name. You get, if it's contained in full name. So I can just do something like full name dot includes, then I'll bring in Chris, then I can take away all these other ones. You see, it's giving me Chris because obviously full name is going to be Chris Halogenius. Let me log the full name. So you see, Chris Halogenius, and what I'm looking for is Chris. So obviously, Chris is contained in Chris Halogenius. What if I want to look for Alex and I save this? You see, it's going to be giving me false because Alex is not contained in um in this name. So we also have the match. The match is you use to verify if a string follows a particular pattern. If a string follows a particular pattern, so you won't appreciate match until you learn about regular expressions. But I just want to tell you that it exists, but I won't be showing it now. So um well, that will be all for strings. So we are going to be treating template strings in a bit, but we have some exercises to work on. So if you come under strings one, so you can see the greeting message, full name, the character count, the uppercase conversion, the string conversion, the substring search, and all other ones. So domain name extraction. So these are all you have to do for now. Now, JavaScript templates typically refer to template literals. It's also known as template strings. So, template literals are a feature introduced in ECMAScript 6, which is the one that was introduced in 2016. So, that provide a more convenient and flexible way to work with strings in JavaScript. So, they allow you to create multi-line strings and embed expressions, variables, or functions directly within the strings. So if you have done Python before now, the string formatting that we have in Python is basically this. So if you understand it, so the way you use template literals, for example, they can do something like const let me say name equal to a particular name. Okay, then you can do something like let greeting equal to a string literal, which is this. On your keyboard, it is going to be the key to the left of one, the one digit on your keyboard, the key that is to the left of one. So let me see if I can bring up my own screen keyboard so it will be easier to show you. Yes, you can see this character over here, this character over here, this one over here. So that is what you use for the string literals. So I can do something like greeting or hello. I bring up a comma, then I bring up a dollar sign, and this. Now, this is giving me the opportunity to inject data into this point. So I can just come in and bring in my name. Then console.log greeting. So you see, hello Christian. Let me take all these ones out. Hello Christian. So let me change this to Alex. You see, hello Alexa. Hello Alexa. So this is how you use the string literals basically. So you can use them as single strings and you can use them as multi-line strings. This is one of a very significant advantage. So you can just come here and say and do something like so how are you doing today? Hope you're getting ready for work. If I save this, you can see hello. So this is the string literal itself. The only point where you have to inject data is only at the first line, which is hello. And actually, this is the first line over here. So there is this first line over here. So hello, the name. Name is what? Alexa. So let me change this to maybe. So you can see, hello, Ade. How are you doing today? Hope you are getting ready for work. So this should be okay. So that is it. That is it. So this comes in very handy this comes in handy when you're trying to work with strings in JavaScript. When you're trying to work with dynamic strings, especially, you will get to appreciate string literals when you start working with document object model with using JavaScript to manipulate HTML elements. But for now, just let's leave it like this. So you can also carry out expressions in your template literals. For example, let me take all these ones down. Okay, so I can do something like let the price equal to maybe 10. Then I'll now say let the quantity equal to maybe 7. Then I'll now come and say const total equal to my string literal. Don't forget total. Then since I'm working in USD, I have to use the dollar sign. So price multiplied by quantity. Console the log total. You see, you can see the way he brought out the output total, then colon, then $70. So I'm executing a mathematical operation here, even in the string literal. So this is one of the advantages that the string literal has. So the string literals are a versatile feature that makes string manipulation more readable and powerful, trust me, especially when dealing with dynamic content, multi-line strings, or creating complex templates for your HTML or other markup languages. They have become a standard practice for creating strings in modern JavaScript development. So let us go back to some of the exercises that we have under string literals. So if you come here, let me close this one. So you can see the personalized greetings, the quote of the day, annual salary, the traveling itinerary, weather report, and all those. So these are the exercises that you're going to be doing under string literals. So like I said, all your exercises are here. So just come here for the exercises. Please ignore this part. So I'm logged in as admin. That's the reason why I'm saying all this. So now we move on to numbers. Numbers. In JavaScript, numbers are a fundamental data type used to represent numeric values, both integers and floating point numbers. JavaScript provides various methods and properties to work with numbers, perform mathematical operations, and manipulate numeric data effectively. So, the first thing we want to talk about is the number type. So you can have something like const maybe price. You can have age equal to maybe 23. So this is a whole number. Then price can be something like $30, maybe 23 cents. So you can see that this is a floating point number. Oh, I have a price somewhere here. So let me see price of goods. Okay, so you can see $30 23 cents. So this is a floating point number, and this is a whole number. So console.log of the type of age is what? You see, type of age is number, and type of price is also what? Both of them are numbers. So in JavaScript, there's no discrimination. So in Python, we have the integers and the floats. So in Visual Basic and Java, both of them have different data types. But for JavaScript, all of them are referred to as numbers. Both the whole numbers and the floating point numbers, all are referred to as numbers. So all the arithmetic operators that I explained over here, all arithmetic operators you can see all these arithmetic operators, they work on integers. All these ones also, they work on integers. So I'll just skip all those mathematical operations for now. Then we have some number properties. For example, if we have something like number dot, I can do something like max value. If I save this, you can see this is the maximum value you can have as a number. The maximum value. I explained the exponentiation the other time. This exponential notation. So this is the highest number that you can possibly have in JavaScript. So we also have the mean value. So you can see the minimum value that you can have, the minimum value. So we also have the number positive infinity, the negative infinity. Then we also have NaN is actually what I want to draw our attention to, and NaN stands for not a number, and not a number in this case is going to be represented as undefined because there's no value. It just shows that there is no number. So some number methods I want us to treat. So let me say, let me do something like, okay, so let's actually, it can be cos 30 equal to 0.8660, 0.8660, so, or 866, anyone. So in mathematics, cos 30 is 0.8660, or hope I'm sine 30 is 0.5. Yes, so this is correct. So I can do something like cos 30 dot 2 fixed. Then I can do something like 2. You see what is giving me? 0.87. That is to two decimal places. 0.87. So that is how you do it. So if you want to convert a string to an integer or a string to a float, you can use pass int or pass float. For example, what if cos 30 were to be a string? If I try to do, you can see it's giving me, it's not a function, it's not a string function. Cos 30 at this point is a string. What if I want to convert this to a float first? Then I'll now find it to the two decimal place. I can do something like cos 30 dot equal to, um I can say pass float, passes as a float, then cos 30. So at this point, cos 30 is going to be a float. Oh, this is a constant variable, so this should be let. Sorry. Okay, so it's working fine now. The reason why it was showing error the other time is because this is a const. So const is a constant. You can't change the value. And you can see what I'm trying to do here. Initially, it used to be a string, but I want to convert it to an integer, to a float rather. So pass a float, pass float. You can see. So if it were const, it will not work. But since it is let, the value can change. So yes, it will allow me to pass the float. Then cos 30 dot 2 fixed 2, it will look for it to two decimal places. So we also have the pass int. If for example this is maybe 24, I don't have to, I just say pass int. So I don't need this anymore. If I save this, you see it's 24, and cos 30 initially used to be 24. So you can see how it works now. So now we have is none. Is none. So is none returns a boolean value. So like I said, NaN stands for not a number. So is NaN. If I do something like hello, this will give me true because hello is not a number. But if I say 24, you see it's giving me false because 24 is actually a number. So we have the math object. JavaScript provides the math object, which contains a wide range of mathematical methods and constants for more advanced calculations. For example, we have the sqrt to calculate the square root. We also have the random, which generates random numbers between 0 and 1. So 0 is inclusive but 1 is exclusive, meaning that the random can return 0 but it will never return 1. Okay, so we have do some, let's show an example. So console.log, I can do something like math dot, so you can see all the methods available in the math library. So you can see all of them. You can see the sqrt, the tan, the tansh, the trunk. So we have the sign, the round, random, POW, we have the min, the max, log 10, log to base 2, we have the log, exp, cos, and a lot of them. So I'm just going to be showing sqrt. Then this sqrt, let me put in 9, it should give me 3. Then I can do something like math the random. So math the random. If I save this, you can see what it's giving me now. What it's giving me. So if I want to generate a random number between 0 and 60, all I have to do is multiply this by 60. If I save this, you can see 23. If I save it again, 40. If I save it again, 8. But what if I want to make it a whole number? Very simple. All I have to do is just to, I can do something like let random equal to, so I can just say random dot to fixed, then just 0. Save this, you see I have 12. If I save it again, I have 20. If I save it again, I have 58. If I save it again, 33. If I save it again, you see it keeps giving me varying numbers. So that is how to use the math variable. So another method that I want us to look at is the toString. So with this toString, you can convert a number to a string. You might encounter a situation where you have to use the number as a string. So, or depending on the algorithm you want to implement. So let us do, so I can just um so okay, since I will have, well, let x for example equal to 20, I can just say, okay, I think I've declared x somewhere up. Let me use xx. So xx dot to string, save it. So this is going to be a string value, or I can say type of, you see the type is going to be a string. So that is how you convert to string. So you can also generate the exponential notation of a particular number, but I wonder how you will, where you are going to, I have never had to use it before, but you can do something like, let's say 1 2 3 4 5.678 9 10 11 12 23. So you can do something like num to exponential, save this. So you can see this is the exponential um representation of this number. So that is it. So we also have to precision. So to precision is going to be, you can see that to fixed is to certain decimal place, but to precision is to certain significant numbers. So in math there are two different things. So let me use this one too. So I can do something as to precision, and let me just say maybe 5. If I save this, you can see to precision it is going to give me 5, which is like 5 significant figures basically. So if I add like 77 to this one and I save it, you see it will just restrict everything to 5 significant figures for me. So but this is the exponential notation of what the normally it should be to 5 significant figures, 1 2 3 4 5, then that will be 0 0. So this is 1 2 3 4 5 6, exactly 1.2 exponential plus 6. So it's correct. So um we have so many other we have so many other methods, but I think I'm going to be stopping at this point for now. So Let's look at some exercises that we might have. So these are exercises under numbers. Under numbers. So you can see the online shopping. You bought a laptop for $800 and a smartphone for 400. Calculate the total cost. So just come down here and do justice to these exercises. Conditional statements in JavaScript allow you to control the flow of your code by making decisions based on certain conditions. JavaScript provides several conditional statements, including the if, else if, and else, as well as the switch statement for exploring this statement. So, for exploring conditional statements. So the first one that we are going to be talking about is the if statement. So if statement is used for basic conditional branching. It evaluates a condition, and if the condition is true, it will execute a block of code if condition is true. For example, I can do something like let age equal to maybe 23. So if the age is above 18, then console.log you are no it should be you are eligible to vote. Save. You see, you are eligible to vote, and the reason is because age is greater than 18. But if it is 15, nothing happens. Nothing happens. It will just check. It will try to. This is the block of code that is going to be executed, if at all anything will be executed. But you can see that this condition is not true, so obviously the if statement will not run. So that is the if statement for you. So we have the else statement, which is the if else. You understand? This is the if statement, the ordinary if statement. Let me label it. Ordinary if statement. So that is the ordinary if statement. Now, if you want to make it an if else, let me. So for this ordinary if, let me just copy this so you see the difference. So you can see the ordinary if statement. Now for the if else, if age is above 18, console.log you are eligible to vote. Else, console.log you are not eligible to vote. If I save this, you can see what is age. Age is 15, and I'm saying that okay, it will come and check, is age greater than 18? If yes, execute this. But in this case, age is not greater than 18, so it will execute this else block. Why? The original if block returns false. The condition at the original if block is returning false. So that is if else for you. So we also have the else if statement. We also have the else if statement. In the case of the else if statement, you can have several clauses for something to happen. For example, let me say this one is the if else. So let me use another example. Else if statement. So for this one, I'm going to be having two numbers. Let x1 equal to 7. Let x2 equal to 8. So I have two numbers, 7 and 8. So my two numbers, 7 and 8, mathematically speaking, it is either 7 is greater than 8, 7 is equal to 8, or 7 is less than 8. So I'm going to be using I'm going to be using the else if statement to do this comparison. So just flow with me. So if x1 is greater than x2, then you can just say console.log. So let me use that template. Okay, so you can say $sign x1 is greater than x2. Okay, so now where does the else if come? You can just say else if. I need to add a condition here, very important. So you say if x1 is equal to x2, then is equal to. So you can also have another else if. You can have as many else ifs that you need. Else if x1 is less than x2. Okay, if x1 is less than x2. So I'll save this. So you can see what I have over here. This is 7 and this is 8. I'm doing the check if x1, which is 7, is greater than x2, which is wrong. So if x1 is equal to x2, which is also wrong. So as soon as he encounters this particular condition, it will execute this block. It will not execute for this other two. So you can have as many else ifs as you need. You can have as many else ifs as you need. As many else ifs as you need. So but another thing you can do is since mathematically speaking, if this is wrong and this is also wrong, this is the only condition that is left, so you can just leave it as else. You can just leave it as else. It will work just fine. It will work just fine. If I have 7 and 7 and I save this, you see 7 is equal to 7. So and if I have if this one is 4, you see 7 is greater than 4, so just the same way we want it. So that is how you do that. So we also have the switch statement. We have the switch statement. So it's used to perform different actions based on different conditions, like the conditional statement. So let's explore it. So I can do something like const day, no, day equal to maybe Monday. Okay, let's just say day is Monday. So I can come here and do something like switch day. So then I'll now say case Monday. So if it is on a Monday, what do I want to do? Console.log. Um, it's the beginning of the week. So, but don't forget, you have to break out. Very important. So, break. So, we also have another case. So, case Friday. So, let me use capital M. We also have case Friday. Console.log. It's the end of the week. Don't forget, very important. You must break out. Very important. So you can now add a default response. So basically, if this is not correct and this is also not correct, then it will fall back to default. If the case is not Monday and the case is not Friday, it will fall back to the default. And what is the default saying? Console.log, it is a regular day. Okay, So you can see it is the beginning of the week, but let me change this one to Friday. You see, it is the end of the week. But if it is a regular day, like maybe Wednesday, you see, it's a regular day. Let me take all these ones out. Let me take all these ones out so we have room. So lastly, we are going to be talking about the ternary operator. I spoke about the ternary operator somewhere here. Yes, this ternary operator under comparison operators. So let's talk about the ternary operator. So the ternary operator, very simple to use. So and it comes in handy. It comes in handy. Oh, it comes in very handy. So the ternary operator is a shorthand way to write a simple if-else statement in a single line. In a single line. For example, you can do something like const is sunny. Okay? Is it sunny? True. Now you can say const message. So you now say equals to is sunny. You now bring your ternary operator. Now, what will the message be? Enjoy the sunshine, or if it is not sunny, then let me see, bring an umbrella. Okay, so you can see that the first one, const is sunny, is true. That is, it is truly sunny. Message is if it is sunny, then enjoy the sunshine, or if it is not sunny, bring an umbrella. So let me just console the message. Yes, the message. So you can see enjoy the sunshine, enjoy the sunshine. So that is that about the ternary operator. So if this were false, save this. You see, bring an umbrella. So that is all about conditional statements. Let's check out some exercises. So come to conditional statements. So age verification. So you can see old enough to vote. So the temperature check, the grading system. So the traffic light simulation, create a variable current color. So you can use the switch statement for this one. So you just knock yourself out. Just suit yourself. So we move on to loops. We move on to loops. So now we move on to loops. Loops are control structures that allow you to execute a block of code repeatedly as long as a certain condition is met. There are several types of loops rather in JavaScript, including the for, the while, the do while. So we will discuss each type and provide examples for better understanding. So the first one will be the for loop. So the for loop is commonly used when you know the number of iterations in advance. So I know the number of times this loop is going to be executed, the number of times I want the loop to execute. So I'll just program the number of times, then I'll walk away. Okay. So that is how you use the for loop. So I have something like the for loop. I think this is what the for loop looks like. So let me take this one off for now. So you see this for loop. Let you declare a count variable. Index will be equal to 0, then the index will be less than or equal to a particular number. For example, if the index is less than or equal to 5, then index plus plus. I believe you understand what I mean by index plus plus. This index plus plus. Let me use I, okay? For simplicity. So you can see that let I equal to 0, then I less than 5, then I plus plus. So let I less than 0, equal to 0 rather. So this is me declaring my index variable. Then I'm saying, okay, this loop is going to be running for as long as I is less than 5. For as long as I is less than 5, keep iterating. Then this is I plus plus over here. If you remember this, where is it? This assignment operator, the assignment operator, no, the arithmetic operator rather. So you can see this plus plus. Like I said, if you have something like x to be equal to maybe 3, then you do something like x plus plus. After executing line 42, x is going to be equal to 4 because you are incrementing the value of x by 1. You are incrementing x by 1. So that is exactly what is happening down here. That is exactly what is happening down here. I'm incrementing I by 1. So for every iteration, increment I by 1. So when I gets to the point where I is no longer less than 5, then stop the iteration. So you can do something like console.log, then let me use this iteration. So bring in my dollar sign, then I. So if I save this, you can see. Let me take this one out. Let me take this one also out. So you can see what I have over here now. If I save this again, so iteration 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I want this loop to execute 5 times. 5 times. So obviously, the I is going to be 0. I is going to be starting from 0. It will be iterating for as long as I is less than 5. Then it's incrementing I by 1 for every iteration. That is why for the first iteration you are having iteration 0. For the second iteration, there is an increment that have occurred here, so I will be 1. That is why you are getting 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So let's move on to the while loops. So for the while loops, it continues executing as long as a specific condition is true. But this particular loop is suitable in conditions where you don't have the exact number of iterations in advance. You can see that for this particular one now, we don't know how many times that we know beforehand that this is the number of times the iteration is going to be executed. But you need to take note of something. um Depending on who is at the wheel, any problem you solve with the for loop, you can also solve it with the while loop. Any problem you solve using the for loop, you can also solve it using the while loop. But it is just more suitable that if you know the number of iterations in advance, go with the for loop. But if you don't, go with the while loop. So let me take this one out for now. Then while. So I think this is while. So for the condition, I can do something like let count equal to 0. I will now say while count is less than maybe 10. You understand? Or I can just do something like while true, while less than 10. Then I can just say, um, let me do this. So instead of I will have count. Okay. So, but not very important. You must do your increment. Don't forget. The increment is very very important. If not, your program might run into what we call an infinite loop. And an infinite loop is bad for business. So you can see this is running 10 times. So in some when you encounter real life scenarios where you have to use a while loop, obviously the condition that you'll be having here might be a condition that will most likely be more than 10. It might be up to 100 or 1,000. Or the gist is that for a while loop, you don't know the number of times that the loop is going to be executing beforehand. So instead of using a for loop where you set it as a big number, then you break up at some point in the execution of the program, it's better you use a while loop. As soon as the condition is not true anymore, then you break out. So we have the do while loop. The do while loop. So for the do while, I have never had to use the do while loop because the while loop serves me for everything I want to do. So the do while, I think VS Code has the snippet for me. So if you take a good look at this while loop, it will do the check before executing the program, the block of code. But in the case of this one, it will execute first, then it will check. It will execute first, then it will check. So you can do something like let num equal to 5, then we can now say um, while num is greater than 0. Okay, so what do we want to do? You can do something like, let me use this. Oh, I didn't copy. Okay, but don't forget num plus plus. No, it should be minus minus. So in this case now, I'm moving from 5 to 0. In this case, I did from 0 to 10, but in this case, I'm moving from 5 to 0. So if I save this, count is not defined. Okay, no, 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 this should be num. So iteration, iteration 5, 4, 3, 2, then 1. So the reason why this loop is going to terminate is because num is no longer greater than 0. It got to 0, so you see nothing will be executed. So that is that about that. So we have what we call loop control structures. We have the loop control structures. So JavaScript makes a provision for you to modify the loop's behavior. So we have keywords like break and continue to this effect. So break is used to exit a loop prematurely. You use break to exit a loop prematurely. Let me use this one to explain the break statement. So you use the break to exit a loop prematurely. So you can do something like this. Let I equal to 0, I less than 5, I plus plus. So you can come and do something like if I equal to 3, then break. If I run this, you see, the program is not throwing up. The program is not shouting. But it's you can see that normally it's supposed to run from 0 to 4, from 0 to 5, but it will be excluding 5. So but I'm telling the program here that if you get to 3, break out of the loop. Break is used to exit the the loop prematurely. That is what you use break for. But continue is going to exit the current iteration. You can break is going to exit the whole loop, but continue we exit the current iteration only, just the current iteration. You can see 0, 1, 2, skipping 3, then 4. If it is 3, skip 3. So that is what you use, that is how you use break and continue. So you can also loop through an array. You can have an array, you loop through the array. How do you do that? I can come here and say let my friends, let me see if I have any friends. So I know I have an Alex somewhere, I have a Grace, I have a Daniel, I have a Samuel, I have one whose name is David. Okay, let me just leave all these ones. So you can see my friends Alex, Grace, Daniel, Samuel, and David. So if I want to iterate through the whole loop, I can use a for loop and a while loop to do this. But I think it's more suitable to use a for loop since the list has a finite number of elements. So the array rather has a finite number of elements. So I can do something like for there's a snippet here that makes it easier. So you don't forget this I is what is standing as index in this case now. So index less than, so let me just use friends. So friends dot length. So if you look at this now, this is running for as long as I is less than 5. But in this case now, you can see what I have. Let index equal to 0. Index is less than friends dot length. So basically, friends dot length is going to give me the number of friends that I have. Let me take this one off first. So console.log friends dot length. Okay. If I come here, you can see the length of the friends is what? 5. and the iteration is going to be running as per 0 1 2 3 4. So basically the wise thing to do at iteration 0, just print log this one to the console. At iteration 1, log this one to the console. At iteration 2, log this one to the console. The last iteration will be iteration 4, which will log this one to the console. That is exactly what I want to do here. Let me close this one. So I can just say console.log. I can just say friends indexing index. If I save this, you can see. Um, so save. You see Alex, Grace, Daniel, Samuel, and David. So that is how you can use the for loop to loop through your array. So well, that we will stop on. This is where we're going to be stopping for loops. So let's check out the exercises on loops. Come here, the multiplication table. So use a loop to generate the 7 times table. So basically you run a loop with that will be executing 10 times for each time. The first one will be 7 times 1, the second one will be 7 times 2, 7 times 3, then and so on. We have the sum of integers, the factor finder. Just play with all this. Then we have the factorial too. We have the factorial. Just play with all of them. So we are going to be moving onto functions. We're going to be moving on to functions. So come and come. We're going to be talking about functions. So in JavaScript, functions are a fundamental concept that allow you to encapsulate a block of code and execute it wherever needed. So the function can be there. You only execute it when it is necessary. So you can, this is telling you that you can create a function and the function is not running at the moment, but you only run it based on certain conditions or whenever you want to run the function. So functions make your code more organized, reusable, and modular. So if you want to define a function in JavaScript, you come with the function keyword. So I think there's a snippet here. So the name of the function is what is going to be here. For example, I can say greet user. So leave this one out for now. So you can just come here and do something like console.log, then you say hello user. So this thing that I've done here is what you call function definition. This thing I just did here is what you call function definition. Function definition. Now for you to execute a function, you need to do what we call a function call. A function call. Function definition is where you define the function. Function call is where you execute the function by calling on the function. So if you want to do a function call, all you have to do is just to call the function greet user. If I save this, you can see what I'm having here. Hello user. Hello user. Okay. So that is basically how to write a function. But this is just a basic function. In some cases you might some a function might need some sort of data to execute properly. So you can define a function that needs data for the user to the at the function at the point where you are calling the function, you need to enter some sort of information data for the function to execute. For example, if you write a function to look for the square root of a number, the input that will be required from the user of the function is for the user to enter the number whose square root is going to be calculated. Okay, so in this case now I can do something like name equal, I can do something like name. So instead of saying hello user, let me use the template in so I can say hello, then hello name. Okay, So instead of greet user, I can say Daniel. So save this. You can see it is now hello Daniel. Now let us use it together with my friends that I have over here. Let us use it together with my friends that we have over here. So I can just come here. So I can just come here. So I can just say friends indexing index. Okay. So if I should save this, you see hello Alex, hello Grace, hello Daniel. So it is just running everything. You can see for all the members of this friends array is going to be greeting the person basically. So that is how you declare a function. You can see you can declare a function with a parameter, and you might decide to declare a function without a parameter depending on the use case you want to apply the function. So that is it. um Let us create another function. You can see this particular function. The function required only one parameter, but you can write a function that will require way multiple more parameters. So in this case, let me just take this one out. So what if I define something like function, then I do something like multiply. Okay, so multiply is going to be needing x and y. Then I'm going to be having console.log x multiplied by y. Okay, so now for me to call the function multiply. Okay, so multiply, if I should say 2 and I save it, you see it is not a number because 2 times 2 is y is undefined at this point, so obviously you will not get any reasonable response. So if you say comma 3, save it, you see you'll be getting 6. So that is it basically. So we also have what we refer to as an anonymous function. So it's a function without a name. It's a function without a name. So you can see in this case now I have multiply directly. So how do you declare an anonymous function? It's very simple. So you can do something like um, const square equal to function, then you can say x. So this is an anonymous function. Then you can have something like console.log x multiplied by x. So you're not going to be getting anything yet. You see, I'm getting 36, but there's something we need to talk about. That is the return statement. That is the return statement. So it is not compulsory that your JavaScript function must have a return statement, but a return statement is a way for you to generate a value, like the value that you get in your function, you calculate in your function. There's a way for you to export the value. So functions can return values using the return statement. This allows functions to produce results that can be used by other parts of the code. You get? So let us demonstrate the return statement. So I can have something like function. Let me use sqrt, the function sqrt. Then I'll say num no. Okay, so I can return to find the square root. It will be num raised to the power of 1 over 2. Yes. So I can just come here and say console.log then sqrt, then maybe 36, or let me say 100. That should be 10. You can see I've used this return statement. Just ignore this one for now, please. I've used this return statement to export this value out of this function. To export this value out of this function. So imagine this case now, what we have over here. So instead of console, if instead of logging it to the console, what if I use the return statement here? So I can do something like return, then close this one. Now, if I should save this, you can see that it is giving me only 10. It is because I'm no longer logging the result to the console. I'm not logging the result to the console directly. I'm just exporting the result. So how can I display the result? I have to bring my console.log to this particular place. Save it. You can see I have 36. Or another thing I can do, let results be equal to what? The square of 6. Then console.log results. Save this. You see, I get my 36. So if I want to square 9, for example, that should be 81, 10. You can see that's 81. This is where the 10 is coming from. You can see line 249, line 288. You can see 288 and 248. 294 rather, 294. So that is how you use the return statement. That's how you use the return statement. We also have the arrow function. We also have the arrow function. So the arrow function provides a concise way to define functions, especially when the function is a simple one and has maybe only one expression. So you can also define a function that has multiple lines using the arrow function. But most people would want to declare a function with multiple lines like this. So how does the arrow function work? Very simple. You can do something like let's double let's double equal to a function that is going to be accepting maybe x is going to be the, then you can do something like x raised to the power of 2. No, it should be yeah, x times 2. X times 2. So you can come and say console.log, let me use double or let input equal value equal to 3 or val, let val equal to 3. So I can come here and say double of, then dollar sign val equal to another dollar sign double of val. Save this. You can see the double of 3 is 6. The double of 3 is 6. So you can see how I've used this arrow function to declare this now. So what if I have something like 7? You see the double of 7 is 14. And I can come here and write maybe 26. You see the double of 26 is 52. So that is how you use a an arrow function. So some important things that you need to know about functions. The first thing, we have the function scope. So variables defined within a function are scoped to that function and are not accessible outside of it. This is known as the function scope. Very important. For example, you can see this num that I have over here, this num that I have over here. It is defined within the sqrt function. I cannot access it outside of this function. Let me do something like console.log num. So you can see num is not defined even though I define it inside this function. So you cannot access this num variable outside of this function. So um, we also have what we call function hoisting. So in JavaScript, functions can be used before they are declared due to function hoisting. This means that you can call a function before defining it in your code, but I won't be showing that. We have the function invocation. So functions are invoked or called using parentheses after their name, just like we have been doing now. This sqrt, you can see what we have here. This is the function definition, this is the function call or the function invocation. So we also have the callback functions. So JavaScript functions can be passed as arguments to other functions, which is a common practice in asynchronous programming. So when you start working on document object model, you might want to add an event listener to a particular object, to a particular element. So you pass in your function as an argument to the event listener. So um, now we also have recursive functions. Recursive functions. So a function can call itself. Yes, a function can be made to call itself, and there are so many problems that can. There is no efficient way to solve it apart from recursion. When you make a function to call itself, see what I have over here. You can see sqrt num, sqrt 100. So I'm calling sqrt outside of sqrt, which is a common practice. You can see I declared double over here, but I am calling double outside of the double definition. But in case of recursion, you call the function within the scope of the function, within the scope of the function. So that is recursion for you. So it is often used for tasks that can be broken down into smaller bits. So functions are a core building block of JavaScript, and they play a very crucial role in creating modular and reusable code. So they allow you to encapsulate logic and promote code reusability. So with the help of the function, you can create reusable code that you can use in multiple instances in your project. So and they enable development of complex applications. They enable development of complex applications. So that will be all for functions. We are going to be talking about recursion now, but before we go into recursion, let's check the exercises. Um, okay, these are the exercises under function. So, okay, we need to talk about recursion before going back. So, okay, let's discuss recursion before we discuss the exercises. So, an example of recursion that I'll be showing you is the factorial. So, in a few moments back, I gave factorial as one of the exercises to loops. So, two ways by which you can solve it, you can find the factorial of a number. You can do it using the loop, or you can do it using recursion. So, recursion. Now, if you want to do this using the loop, the result you're going to be getting will be something like, if I say 5 factorial, 5 factorial will be equal to 5, let me comment this out, 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1. So this is the result of 5 factorial. This is the result of 5 factorial. 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 then times 1. This is the result for 5 factorial. So you can do this using a loop. The loop is going to be running 5 times. It's going to be running from 0 to 5. At every occurrence, you will create a variable before the beginning of the loop that will collect all the results. So you just, at every instance, you'll be multiplying whatever you have by that variable. The variable, you initialize it to 1. So because 1 is the additive index of the multiplication operation. So you create a variable, say count or total equal to 1. So you run your loop. So at the first instance, you multiply total by 5. So the answer will be, the value of total will be 5. At the second iteration, you multiply total by 4. Initially, total used to be 5 times 4, that will be 20. That is how you keep multiplying it. Now, how can you do this using recursion? So I can do something like function factorial then n. Now, if you want to write if you want to write a recursive function, two things that you must take into consideration. You have to be very careful while writing your recursive function, because your program it can crash your system if it can crash your device if you write it wrongly, or if it runs into an infinite loop. Two things that you must take into cognizance. The first thing is the base case. The second one is the recursive case. So the base case is the base at which the recursive function will be terminated. The recursive case is the case by which the function is going to keep on executing. So the base case. So let me just say number one, the base case. So we have number two, the recursive case. So for the base case now, I will say if n is equal to 0, or n is equal to maybe 1, okay, just return 1. That is what I want, because the factorial of 0 is 1, the factorial of 1 is 1. It has been proven with mathematics. So else, so now I will now write my recursive case. What is going to be my recursive case? I will tell it to return n multiplied by factorial n minus 1, and my function is complete. That is how you write a recursive function. You write the base case, then you write the recursive case. So the base case, you just return 1. For the recursive case, you just say n multiplied by factorial n minus 1. So if, for example, let me use 5 factorial as an example. So basically you pass 5 into this place. So at the first recursion, when no recursion have occurred, what is going to happen is that it will ignore this one. It will come and execute this one. So you're going to be having 5 somewhere in memory. It will come again, call it, but at this time it's going to be reducing 5 by 1. So 5 is going to be the first recursive process. You are going to be having 4 here, okay. So this is going to be 4. 4 will ignore the whole of this one. It will come again and return n multiplied by factorial n minus 1. So it's going to be creating 4 somewhere in memory again, then factorial n minus 1. So at this point n will be 3. So it will still keep ignoring the whole of this until the point where n becomes 1. So when n becomes 1, it will return 1 squarely. So after returning the 1, it will just go and do what we call, there's something called backward substitution. So it will just keep um, multiplying everything together. It will keep multiplying everything together. Then it will return the final answer, the final response. So let me do something like let's or let me just log it to the console. Console.log console.log maybe 6. Save this. Num is not defined. I have not. Sorry about that. So this should be console.log factorial of 6. Okay. So you can see 720. Factorial of 6 is 720. So 5. I think 5 should be 120. Yes, you see, 5 is 120. Let me take away all these other ones. They are constituting a nuisance. So that is how recursion works. That is how recursion works. let us go to the examples so you can see the examples, the exercises that you're supposed to do on functions. So just tackle them, and yeah, that'll be all for functions. So now we move on to arrays. um, Take this one out. Why is 81 coming from this double? Why is 81 coming from console.log? Yes, 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 this is it. Yes. So we move on to arrays. Arrays. So arrays are fundamental data structures in JavaScript. They are used to store and manipulate collections of data. If you look at all the data we've been working with before now, you can see this is just one value. So if you check all the other ones that we have been working with, except apart from this one, so you can see just a singular value. But take a good look at this, friends. Now I have multiple values in one variable, multiple values. So this is a collection. This is an example of an array. An array. So it is used to manipulate a collection of data. They are versatile and widely used for variety of tasks. So if you want to declare an array, very simple, just exactly what we did here is what you do. Take a good look at my friends, for example. Let me bring it down here. Take a good look at my friends. I have Alex, Grace, Daniel, Samuel, and David, a collection of them. That is how you declare an array. And one thing you should know is that an array can have different data types. You can have, this is a string, this is a string, this is a string, this is a string, and this is another string. You can have an array with different data types. Let me say, let's arr equal to different data types. You can say 1, 3, then you can have something like true. You can even come here undefined. Different data types. You are permitted to create an array with different data types, and your program will not throw up. But we will not be using this at all. So for you to find the length of an array, you are going to be using the length method of the array. So you can do something like console.log. So console.log, then you can say friends dot length. Okay, so save this. You can see the length of the friends is what, 5. So and you can see 1 2 3 4 and 5 friends. So now you can use indexing to access the elements of the array. What do I mean by indexing? So take a good look at this array now. This is the element at the first element, the second element. But indexing in JavaScript, I've said it before, it starts from 0. So this, for you to index this particular element, this will be carry the 0 index, while this is going to be carrying the length of the array minus 1, because the indexing starts from 0. So obviously the last item, the index of the last item, is going to be the length of the array minus 1. So you can just index 0, save this. It's going to be giving you Alex. If I want to index Samuel, for example, 0 1 2 3 3, and I have Samuel, you see, and I have Samuel. So that is how you access elements in your um in your list. So in your array rather. So in Python they call it list. I have a strong background in Python. So if you want to modify an element in your array, it is doable as well. You can do something like this. You can say friends indexing maybe 1. So Grace, for example, let's say perhaps Grace offended me and I want to change her, I can just bring in Hilda. Okay, so if I want to print indexing 1, save it. You see, I have Hilda now. So I'm taking Grace out and I'm bringing in Hilda. So that is me changing, modifying an element in my array. Very simple and straightforward. So you can also add an element to the end of the array. You can add an element to the end of the array. So one thing you can do something like friends dot push. There's a push method. So I think I need another girlfriend, Elizabeth. Okay, so if I come here to print out all my friends, you see I have Alex, I have Hilda, I have Daniel, I have Samuel, I have David, and I have Elizabeth. So that is me um removing adding an element to my array. So another thing you might want to do is to remove an element. So you can use pop. You can use pop to remove an element from the array. So I can just say friends dot pop. So let me say two or something. Now take a good look at all my friends. Now it used to be Alex, Samuel, um, Alex, Grace, Daniel, Samuel, and David. At some point, I changed Grace to Hilda, then I added Elizabeth. So you can see I have Hilda, then Elizabeth. Elizabeth is the last element I add. Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to add anything here because pop is going to remove an element at the end of the array. That is what it does. I'm not supposed to add any parameter to this. It will remove an element at the end of the array. At the end of the array, very important, please. So if I save this, you can see Elizabeth is no longer there. That is the element at the end of the array. If I remove the pop, you see Elizabeth will be there. So that is how you remove an element in the array. So for you to iterate through the elements in the array, very easy. You can use a for loop. Let me take this one out. So you can use a for loop. You can do something like for you can say const person of friends. So console.log person, but I rarely do this. I rarely do this. What I would want to do normally is this for loop. It looks a bit longer, but I'll just make do with this. So I'll just say friends, then you can just console.log friends, console.log. So you cover this, then close this. So you see, it's working just fine. It's working just fine. The multi-dimensional arrays. Multi-dimensional arrays. So multi-dimensional arrays are nested arrays. For example, if you want to work with a matrix where you have the rows and the columns, so you can do a 3 by 3 matrix. For example, you can say const or let's matrix equal to, you have the array. So the row 1, 4, and 6, for example. Let me make this 10 later. Okay, 1, 4, and 6. Then the row 2, maybe 2, 10, 7. Row 3, maybe 6, 6, 1. So this is a multi-dimensional array. You can just console.log the matrix and boom. So you can see the matrix over here. I don't need this one anymore. So let me just have my matrix. So come here, you can see it is a nested array. It's a nested array. If I open everything up, you can see this first one. I have 1, 4, 6, which is the row 1. 2, 10, 7, which is 02, and 661, which is 03. So the same way you will index the regular array is the same way you will index the multidimensional array. For example, if I want to get this particular 6 over here, so 6 is in the third row, which is at the second index, and it's in the second element, which is at the first index. So I can just come here and do something like the second row, then again maybe the first item. So save this. You can see I'm getting 6, which is this row. This row over here is what this one is going to target. Then this is going to target the 6 because it is at the first index. If I wanted this first 6 now, let me change the first 6 to maybe 9. So if I come here and I target the zeroth index, you see it's giving me 9. If I wanted 2, for example, I can just 1 save. You see it's giving me 2. So that is how you do your, or you work with your multi-dimensional array. So now we have some methods with which you manipulate arrays. You have some methods with which you manipulate arrays. We have the splice, the slice, the concat, then we have the join. So giving an example, we are going to be having, let's say, const numbers equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so don't forget the double colon, the semicolon rather. Then now let's create const removed. So for this removed, we are going to be having numbers dot, let me just splice. Okay, let me use splice. So I can start from 1 and the next two elements take it out. So console.log numbers, console.log removed. So if I save this, you can see what I have over here now. The splice, he does the modification in place. Doing it in place means that he modifies the original array. So the original array is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So remove this numbers dot splice. So it is removing from the index 1, then taking 2 steps. From index 1, take 2 steps. So you can see this is index 1. You will take the first step, then you take the second step. So what will be left is 1, 4, and 5, which is what we have here. But the removed array is what we have, 2 and 3. So this is how splice works. But if you want to slice, you are going to be giving it the start index and the ending index. For example, I might start from 1 and I'll end at 3. But that is for slice. Save this. You can see it doesn't the modification is not done in place, so it doesn't modify the original array. So don't forget, I'm starting from the first index and I'm ending it at the third index, which is this 4, but 4 is exclusive. If I want to include 4, I have to come to 4 here. So say, you see, that would be 2, 3, and 4. So that is how splice and sliced works. So we also have combined. We also have how to combine arrays. If you want to combine two arrays together, for example, let me see. If you want to combine two arrays together, you can say arr2 equal to, let me say, 7, 8, 9, 11. Okay, so you're going to be having you can do something like combined equal to arr1 dot concat. So what are we concating? We're going to be concating arr2, then don't forget your lets. Then the next thing we want to do is to console.log the combined. Save. So you can see what I have over here now. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then 7, 8, 9. So basically, if you just push all the elements in ARR2 to ARR1, then it will store everything in this combined. This will basically return a new array, which is a combination of both arrays. So that is combined Then we have join. Join will convert all the elements in an array into a string. So let me use, let me still use this one, joined. So arr1, you can say dot join, then save it. So you can see this is a string 1 2 3 4 5. So if I look for the type, save it, you see it's a string, the type is a string. So save it. um so another thing you might want to do with your string, the another operation that we want to look at is the searching and sorting. The searching and sorting. So we did it for strings, but now we want to do it for array, and it's exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. So let me use the combined array. Let me use the combined array. So if I save this, you can see I have my combined array now. Now the first thing I want to do is to look for the index of maybe 4. So if I have many 4s in this particular combined array, it will return the index of the first one. So if I come here and I can say combined combined dot index of maybe 4. Save this. You see it's giving me 3. Let me console.log the combined itself so we can work with it. Save it. So you see what I have over here. You can see what I have. You can see the 4. The index is what? 3. That is why it is returning 3 over here. So if you want to sort the array, you can just use combined.sort. You see, it is sorting the whole array. So that is how you sort your array. Then you can also destructure your array. You can also destructure your array. So destructuring your array is something you can do like this. You can do something like const. If you end up writing React.js, you'll be doing this a lot. You will be doing this a lot. You can say x comma y equal to maybe 2 comma 3. Then console.log x. Then I think x5 y5 x5 then y5. Save this. You see 2 and 3. X5 is 2, y5 is 3. So 2 and 3. So that is that about that. So you can also spread your you can spread your array. You can also spread your array. Well, if you have something like this, take a good look at my friends. Yes, I still have my friends here. My friends. So I might want to create another array. I might want to create another array and do something like const people equal to. So I can do something like um, friends, comma Ezekiel, Ezekiel, and liberty. Okay, let me console.log people. So you can see I'm spreading my friends over here. So the beginning of people are going to be Alex, Hilda, my friends normally. Then I'm adding Ezekiel and Liberty. So that is how you can basically spread your arrays. So we also have the array loops and callbacks. We have the map, we have the filter, And we have the for each that allow you to do a lot of things basically, but I'm going to be explaining the map. I'm going to be explaining the map. So I remember the combined array that we have. Let us do something like const doubled. Okay, you can do something like const doubled equal to, what is the variable that we used? Combined. So combined dot map. Okay, so for this map, you're going to be having, you will declare a variable that is going to be an instance of each of the elements in the array. So you can just say num, then you give it an arrow, then numbers, or it should be num, right? 2. So console.log doubled, save it. So you can see now, this is the initial array. Don't forget, I've sorted it. I sort the array somewhere. Yes, I sort the array somewhere. So that is the reason why you can see 1 times 2 is 2. 11 times 2 is 11. 2 times 2. 3 times 2. 4 times 2 up to 9 times 2. So that is how you can use the map function. That's how you can use the map function. It comes in very handy. So I'm going to be stopping here for arrays. So I believe that when you encounter any problem and it's not one of all these operations that I've shown you, you can always Google your way through it. So come here and check the exercises under array. So the fruit basket. So you create an array of fruit containing apple, banana, and cherry. So just these are exercises that you should work on. You should work on for arrays. JavaScript objects, they are fundamental data structure. Used to store and manipulate data, objects are a collection of key value pairs where keys, also known as properties, are strings or symbols, and values can be of any type. So JavaScript objects, very very important, very important. When you start working with APIs or you start working with basically, JavaScript objects is a universal language that systems use to communicate with each other, especially when they have to send data from one point to another. They send it as JavaScript objects. They call it JSON, JavaScript object notation. So you can just Google, try to get some information about it. But that JavaScript object is what we are going to be treating now. So if you want to declare a JavaScript object, you declare it using curly braces. You declare it using curly braces. So you might want to declare an object, say const person. So const person equal to the curly braces. You can do something like name, then the value equal to halogenius. Now I think I have person somewhere. So let me just say friend. Okay. So let me just say person. Let me look for where person is. Okay, this is the first person. Let me comment this one out. So I have the liberty of using my person. Okay, so person is free now. Okay, so the next thing, age. Don't forget, it has to be 30. Then is the person a student? What will be the response? False. Okay, false. So this is a typical object. This is a key value pair. This is an item. This is the key, and this is the value. Both of them, the key and the value, make up an item. Very important. So if you want to get the value of person, for example, console.log, then your passing person. Save this. You can see it's giving it to me as an object. Age is 30. a student false, then the name is what? Halogenius. So if you want to access a particular value, if I want to access a value, for example, the age of the person, I can just index age. You see, it's giving me the person's age. It's indexing the age. So that is it. Another way you can do this, you can also say person dot age, but nobody does this. Nobody does. This works, but well, I don't do it. I'll rather just index. I'll rather index than age. So that is how you access object properties. So if you want to modify the object property, it is also simple. I can do something like let me copy this, then I can const. No, I don't have to const. So let me say the age is 27. If you want to correct the person's age, if I save this while declaring the person object, you can see that the age is 30. The age is 30, but after modifying it here, printing person, like logging it to the console, you can see that the age is now 27. So that is how you modify properties in a particular class, in an object rather. So if you want to delete a property, a key, all you have to do is to use the delete keyword. For example, delete person dot student. So you can see now I have only name and age available as data for me. Name and age as data. So you can also create a function as a value in person. You can also create a function as a value in person. For example, you can do something like greet. I rarely do this. I have never had to do this rather. So function. So for this one, you can do something like console.log. What do you want to log? Hello. Let me just leave it as that. It's very simple. So this one is going to be a function. So I can just say person.greet. Don't forget this one. Save it, and you can see the hello. You can see the hello over here. This hello is what you are seeing over here. So that is how you add a function to an object, but I I think you will never have to do that. It's just good to know that it exists. So you can also use the for loop to iterate through the items in a class. So you can use the for loop. This is very simple. You can do something like this. Let me take all these ones out. So all the key value pairs, I will also take this one out. I don't need it. So you can just say for key const key in person. So you can come here, then console.log. I'm going to be using this. You can save key. Okay, put a space, put the colon, then value, key, then value. So no, I'm making a mistake. So it should be person, then you bring in the key. Yes, this is what it should be. Save this. You can see I'm iterating through all the items in the person object. Name halogeneous, you can see name halogeneous, age 30 is student false. So let me use an hyphen so it will not be confusing. You can see now I'm using an hyphen, so you can see that it works. So that is how you create your that is how you iterate through the objects you have. We also have nested objects. So nested objects nested objects you can do something like address, um, you can have house number. So for this house number you can do something like number 24, say Allen Street. Then you can have something like the states, maybe California. Then the country, maybe Burundi. California in Burundi. So let's just leave this for now. Then let me console.log person. So you see what I have now. This is an array. You can see an array inside another array. That is what you call a nested array. That is what you call a nested array. So you can also destructure your object to extract properties into separate variables. You can also destructure your object to extract properties into separate variables. So something like this const, you can say name comma age equal to person. So console.log, I have age somewhere, control F, age. Okay, so equals to person. So console.log name, then console.log age. Save this. So you can see what I have now. The name is what? Halogeneous. The age is 30. So name basically is going to extract this one, this first one. Then age is going to just extract 30. So you can also clone your objects. You can clone your objects. Um, Cloning the object is like creating another instance of the object. Creating another instance of the object. So you can do something like cloned. Let's cloned person equal to, then you bring this in, you destructure your object person, and console.log the cloned person is going to be exactly the same thing as the original person. So you can see, so just spread it, then you bring in the person. We have so many other object methods. We have the freeze, we have the seal. You can use this to prevent, to make the object immutable. You won't be able to modify the object, so you won't be able to add or delete. You will not be able to do anything. That is the freeze um, method. Then we have the seal method as well. I think we'll stop here for now. We have so many other things, but I would like to keep it as basic and user friendly as I can, beginner friendly as I can. So anytime you need any other thing, you can always refer to Google for that. But I believe that with what I've given you so far, you will do just fine. So let us look at the objects exercises. So you can see the student information, name, age, grade, and all that. So adding a property, updating a property, deleting a property, then personal information, full name, email, validation, and all those things. So you can see the method. You can see the method. So we move on to document object model and DOM manipulation. So the document object model, or DOM, is a fundamental concept in web development and JavaScript programming. It represents the structured hierarchy of HTML and XML documents, allowing developers to interact with and manipulate web page content dynamically. So, the first thing you want to know about DOM is that the DOM is the programming interface for web documents. The DOM is the programming interface for web documents. It represents the page, so the program can change the document structure, the style, the content, and what have you. So the DOM represents the document as a tree of objects where each part of the page is represented as a node. As a node. So we have the DOM tree structure. The DOM is organized into a tree-like structure. The top node is the document object, representing the entire HTML document. This is a node over here. So if we bring in another, let's say div, so inner elements. Now, if you take a good look at this, we have this div container. This will be represented as a node, then this will be represented as another node, and this div over here will be the parent node of this one. This span element over here is the child div of this other one, and you can have multiple children, just like you have in your regular HTML document. Just like you have in your regular HTML document. Elements, attributes, and text contents are represented as nodes in the tree. So elements are nested within other elements, creating a parent-child relationship like what I did over here. We have the div, then we have the span. This is the parent node, and this is the child node. Okay. So now to the interesting part. How do you access DOM elements? So JavaScript provides several methods to access DOM elements. We have the query selector and the get elements by ID or by class name. So I believe that before now you know that in HTML your ID is used for just one element, but you can propagate your classes to as many elements as possible. So let's do a bit of experiment here. Let me duplicate this. Now, let's this one. Let me say outer box. Then, outer box. Outer box. Okay. So as you can see now, I have three outer boxes. Why is my index.html shouting? Okay, this is everything. Let me just take it out. Okay. Now these three inner elements are just you can see the first inner element, the second, and the third. That's why I'm having three here. So the first one that we are going to be looking at is the get element by ID. Let me just add an ID to this span element over here. Get element by ID. So let me say span text. So if I save this, nothing happens yet. So all I have to do is to go to my index.js. Then I will do something like let the text element equal to, then I'll bring in my DOM document dot get element by ID. So VS Code will give me the auto completion. And what is the ID of the element we want to get? The ID is span text. So come here and put it in. If I save this, nothing happens yet. But notice My program is not shouting, my program is not throwing up. So come here, let me log console.log the span, the text elements. Save this. So you can see this is the element, this element that I have over here, the span text. The span text. This is the element over here. You can see the inner text, the inner HTML. With the help of this inner text and inner HTML, we can modify the content of this span text. So we can do a lot. We can last element child, the last child, the next sibling, and all those. We can get a lot of information, and we can manipulate a lot of. We can do a lot of manipulations with the help of the document object model. So that is the get elements by ID for you. Get elements by ID. So if you get elements by ID, we get element just one. It will get us just one element at once using the ID attribute. But what if we want to get multiple elements? For example, these classes. So I have three elements with the class of outer box. So what if I want to get the three of them at the same time? It's also very easy. You can just come here, you declare a variable, you can refer to the variable as boxes. Then you say equal to document dot get elements by class name. You see, initially it is get elements by ID, but I'm getting elements, don't forget, by class name. And what is the class name? Outer box. So let me boxes. Now you can see that it is giving me an HTML collection. An HTML collection. Initially, what I was having in this case is just a single element. Let me log the two of them to the, let me log the two of them. Text element. So you see that I'm having span text here. This is a single element, but HTML collection is giving me three. It's giving me three elements. If I open this, you can see the first one. So all the attributes that are available to this is available to the first one as well. Then we have the second one and the third one. So this is get element by ID. It is getting me one element at once, but with the get elements by class name, you can get multiple elements at the same time, depending on what you want to use them for. So you can also get elements by their tag name. So, but I won't be demonstrating that. Apart from that, I'm going to be showing you the query selector. So the query selector basically uses the CSS selector for an element to select the element. Let me give you an example. So in the case of the span text, in the case of this span text, if I want to select it using the query selector, let's text element QS. So I will just say document dot query selector. Then the query selector will select the CSS selector that I will use to select it normally, which is going to be hash then span text. So instead of text element, let me QS, save it. You can see that it is giving me the same thing. It is giving me the same thing, exactly the same thing. So that is how you use your the query selector. But since you are using the CSS selector, you can just use the nested element attribute, selector rather. So instead of span text, depending on how complicated your HTML code is, you can still do something like dots. So it will still work just fine. So in CSS, this will be able to select the same span text. If I save this, you see it is working just fine, and you can also use you can use this symbol over here. It will still select it just fine. The CSS selector. So apart from that, that is query selector for you. We also have query selector all. This query selector is going to return only one element. only one element is what the query selector will return, but the query selector all will return all the elements that matches the CSS selector. So when you want to select multiple elements, that is where this query selector or when it comes in. So you can just let me outer box. So if I save this, you can see the node list. You can see the node list over here. So sorry, this is the first one. This is the query selector. So apart from this one, let me show you something. So you can see that this is a span element, this is a span element, and this is another span element. What if I want to get all the three span elements? All the three span elements. So let me change all the text. Let me say this one is span 1, then this one is span 2, then this one is span 3. Okay, so let me save this, then come back here, query selector or. So now I'm having outer box, let me just span. So if I save this, it is going to be giving me the span element. You can see the span element. The first one is what is carrying this span text ID. You can see only the first one is carrying the, where is it? Yeah, the second one rather. You can see the second one is carrying the span text ID, and you can see I'm having span, then span text. You have the first one is span. The second one is also a span. So if I should open this, you can see all the elements over here. I can even, let me iterate through the elements. So um, don't forget the for loop. So this array is going to be text elements QS. So I can just say console.log, then the elements dot inner text or inner HTML. Both of them will work. If I save this, you can see span 1, span 2, span 3. You can see span 1, span 2, span 3. So that is how you select your element. You can use the query selector or you can use the get element by ID, by class name, as the case may be. But both of them will work just fine. But I've seen developers that are comfortable using query selectors, but this is my preference actually, get element by ID. So, but in some cases, actually, query selector is what does the job in some cases. So, well, we move on. Modifying DOM elements. So, you can change the content, the attributes, the style, whatever you want to do. So, common methods for modification, including includes the inner HTML, the inner text. You can also use the text content. You can also set the attributes. You supply the attribute, you supply the value, the style, the property. Then you can also modify the classes. So let's take everything one after the other. Talk of the inner HTML. If I want to modify the inner HTML, for example, let me modify the inner HTML of this third one. You can see that at the moment it is just span 3. It is just span 3. Let me see if I can. You can see that at the moment it is span 1, span 2, span 3. So I'm going to be modifying the inner HTML of span 3. How do I do that? Come back here. So don't forget that this is now a list, text element QS. So I can say, then I will index the last element, which is at the second index, dot inner text equal to, save it. You can see I've modified it. It is now halogeneous. Originally, the document that is being sent to the web browser carries span 3, but in the index.js I have modified it. To form halogeneous. You can see here. So, and if I should open the elements tab, where is it? You can see that the document itself have been modified. You can see the document itself have been modified. You can see. So this is the inner text. I'm changing the inner text of this span element over here. What if I want to change the inner HTML of a particular div? You understand? Let me create an empty div. Then I will now use JavaScript to add an element to that particular div. Let me say div.empty. So you can see now that this div is an empty div. It's just empty. So I can do something like document dot get element by id, and this id is what? Empty div. And this empty, I can say dot inner html equal to, then um let me just copy one of these spans. So I can just say the new html element added. Okay, so close this, and if I save this, something is wrong somewhere. Okay, the class is empty. Let me change this to an id. Okay, so you can see the new html added. The reason why it didn't work initially is because you can see that I was using class here and I was getting the elements by id, so that's the reason why it wasn't working fine. So that is how you can see the difference between inner html and inner text. So you can use them interchangeably in some cases, but inner HTML is more suitable um, when you want to add new elements to a div. You can also use the create node command to create the node. So to create the element, but well, I use this most times. So you can also use this to modify the inner text of an HTML element. So you can also set the attribute. You give it an attribute, then you give it a value, but I won't be doing that. So, okay. We can also use JavaScript to change the color of a text. You can use JavaScript to change the color of a text. For example, take a good look at this. Hello Genius, or let me use span 2. Now you can see this span 2. The color is the default black that comes with HTML. So the default black that comes with HTML. How can you change the color? Very simple. So since this is indexing halogenous, so obviously I can have something like, let me take the first one. So instead of inner text I can say dot style dot, what is wrong with you, dot style dot, ah, see me see trouble. Uh-huh. Dot style dot color I can say equal to green. Any css color value will work at this point. So you can see the color has changed to green. Any valid css color, any valid css color. So you can just enter hexadecimal values, maybe 4520ff. If I save this, okay, so you can see the color is working fine. So any valid css color is going to work here. Any valid css color is going to work here. You can change the font size, you can change the font weight, you can do whatever you want to do at all, at all. So you can also get the class list. For example, um, let me let me use this one as well. So class, I can do something like inner span, then let me space it and give it class 1, class 2. Save this. So if I come here now, you can see that this one now I can say, instead of the style dot color I can just say dot class list. So let me see if I can log the class list to the console. So come to the console. So you can see the class list over here. Let me take away these other ones. So you can see the class list over here. You can see the class list. The first one is inner span, the second one is class 1, the third one is class 2. You can see the class list over here. So now I can manipulate the class list anyhow I want. You understand? So I can assign new values for the class list. So you can do something like this. Class list equal to, then I can say class class 3, class 4, class 5. Now, if you look at what I have here, I have inner span, class 1, class 2. These are the current classes that is coming from the HTML document. The current classes coming from the HTML document. Inner span, class 1 and class 2. But I want to change the classes now. So if I save this, you see, I'm now having class 3, class 4, and class 5. I have modified the classes before logging them to the console. So this is how you can modify the classes. Most times, when you want to modify your classes, you make sure that you are bringing in the original classes that you want to add, like these classes that you have here. You make sure that you are bringing them inside the classes so you don't crash your layout and all that. But I think a proper way to modify your classes is to use the add and the remove command of the class list. I find that way more um, way easier and safer. Another thing you can use is the class.toggle. Another thing you can use is the class.toggle. So let me um, if you have the active here, for example span 2, let me active, and I save this. So by default you have active. Let me remove this one. You have active here. You can easily use the toggle to remove or add it. So you can do something like, so class list dot toggle active. Okay, so if I should remove this one now and I save it, it will remove the active. The reason why it is removing the active is because the active exists. But if I should remove the active here and I save it, it will add the active. So you can see the way it is toggling it. When we see event listeners and when we talk more about event listeners, you will appreciate this particular CSS toggle. So apart from toggle, you can do something like okay. So we don't have the active there. You can use add to add the active class. So something like add. So let me say active class. If I save this, you can see the active class is there now. The active class is there now. So let me remove this class 1. I can remove this class 1 using class list dot remove. So let me remove class 1. You see, class 1 is nowhere to be found anymore because I have removed it. So that is how you can use the class list to add, remove, or modify your classes. So that is how you can modify your DOM element. You can also create a new DOM element. You can create a new DOM element and append it to an existing div. So, um, okay, this thing that I did here, let me just take it out. Let me take it out. So, I'll use the create element to create the new element. So, how do you create a new element? You can create the new element. You can do something like const new element equal to, you can say document dot create element. Yes, create element. And what element do you want to create? The div element. So you can do something like new element dot inner HTML, or let's say inner text just. This is the new element. So just for the sake of closure, let me change the background color of this one. So new element dot style dot background color equal to what? Green. So now what do I want to do? I want to attach the new element I created. For now, it is not existing on the document. It is only existing in this JavaScript code. So how can I add it to the document? So let me attach it to this one. Let me attach it to this one. So I can say you can also attach it to the body. You can do something like document.body.append child. So you can do something like document.body.append child. Then you bring in the new element. New element. Save this. You can see this is the new element, and the background color of the element is what? Green. So this new element I just created is what is here. This new element I just created is what is here. So that you can do a lot. You can do a lot with it. You can do a lot with it. So if my goal were to add it to this empty div over here, this empty div over here, all I have to do is very simple. Just bring in the div. Select the div first. To dot inner HTML equal to, this is another way to new elements. So that is another way to do it. So let me remove this one and let me change the color to blue. Save this. Object HTML div elements. Oh yes, yes, yes. I can only append the child. Yes, I can't use any HTML here. It's expecting me to enter the HTML text. So I think it's better I just use append child here. Yes. Append child. I'm supposed to bring this into this place. Yes. Sorry about that. Yes, you can see it is working fine now. Append child. I was using the equal to. So that is how you append the new element to an existing. You can append it to the body of the document. You can also append it to an existing parent element. So you can do whatever you want. So event handling, you can you can handle an event in JavaScript. You can handle an event in JavaScript. For example, a click event. So after this particular part of the course, the next one that we are going to is event handling proper. So but I'll be giving you an introduction to it here. So let me just create a button and call it click me. Okay. So if I should save this, you can see that you can see the button here, just an empty button, just a regular button. So let me just add an ID. The ID is going to be just btn. Save this. Now come to the index.js. Then what do you want to do? Select the btn. So where's my Java? Okay, this is my JavaScript console. Oh, this new element that we created, we were supposed to log it just to see what it looks like. New element. So you can see the new element over here, just the same way we've been seeing the other ones. So what are we doing? Yes. So the first thing you want to do is to let's btn or button equal to document dot get element by id. You can use the query selector, but I prefer to just use this one straight away. So the id is going to be what? Btn. Okay. So for this btn now, what is the next thing we want to do? um, you want to add an event listener to btn such that every time you click btn something happens. Every time you click btn something happens. So let's say it will just log something to this console. You can do way more. You can do way more with it, but just for now I'll be keeping it basic. Just log something to the console. So btn dot add event listener. You can see add event listener. So what event do we want to handle? Click. So you can see we have so many events that you can handle. We have the double click, the mouse hover, the key up, the key down, a lot of events that you can handle. A lot of events, but basically we just be handling click here. So you are going to be supplying two inputs to this add event listener. You are going to be two parameters rather, two arguments. So you'll be supplying the event that you want to handle, which is the click, the mouse over, the double click, whatsoever. Then the second one will be a function. So you can decide to declare your function outside of this particular call over here. You can decide to declare the function inline. So I can just do something like function. So don't forget. Then you can come here and do something like console dot log clicked. If I save this, you can see every time you click it, it is giving you this click. The reason why it is just instead of creating everything on the line like this, opening a new line is because the output is the same. So why not just give the output once, then you'll be given the number of times that same output have been generated. So that is it basically. Adding your event listener, your click event listener to your button. So you can also remove the event listener, but don't worry. When we get to event listeners, all this will be explained in details. So you can also traverse the DOM. You can traverse the DOM by navigating and manipulating the DOM, traversing the tree structure. You have methods like parent node, child node, next sibling, previous sibling, and all that can help you to traverse the DOM. For example, let me. Okay, if I want to get the parent node of this span element, for example, I'll get the element. Let me get the element by ID, then I'll find the parent node. So come here. I'm not logging anything to the console. So documents dot. Let me use the query selector. So dot parent node. Let me save this. Let output equal to. So I'm trying to get to the parent node now. Save this. So you can see the parent node now. This outer box over here is what it is getting. You can see that we have multiple outer boxes, but this particular outer box is the one that it is getting because that is the parent node. To prove it to you, I can do something like output dot style dot background color. Let this one be equal to red. You can see the background color of only the span 2 parent is red. So that is how you can get your parent node. So for you to get your child node, just target the parent node. Then instead of target the parent node, then instead of using parent node, you're just child node. Use child node. So you can do a lot with this. You can do a lot with it. Can do a lot. We have the parent node, the child node, the next sibling, the previous sibling, and you can use all this to traverse the DOM as needed. So let's move on. So you can also remove the DOM elements. You can remove the DOM elements. How can you do that? Removing the DOM elements is very simple. So take a good look at this span text that we have over here now. Let me, for this span text, I can do something like output dot remove. If I save this, you can see the span 2 is gone. According to the document that I'm sending out to the web browser, we have the span 2 here, but I've used JavaScript DOM to remove it. So that is how you can remove an element. So also you can also manipulate forms using the document object model. You can come here, you create a form. Let's create a basic form. Let's create a basic form. So let's say form. So let me just leave this one like this for now. So the method, let us say post. I believe you know how to set up a form. What I'm doing is a basic one. So let me just create an input field. So this input field is going to be a text field. So this input text field, I'm going to be having something like name or something. Then the ID can be named too. So I can add a placeholder, enter your name. Okay. So then input body is going to be a submit. So the value will be submit. Okay. So if I save this, you can see I have a form here. I have a form here. So I can just add an ID to this form. No, what am I doing? I can just add an ID to this form. This form is going to be a submit form. Okay. So come to my index.js, and I don't need this anymore, and I don't necessarily have to remove this. To make my form, let me add a line break. So this one will come to the next line. So let me add 2 line breaks. So I can space the form from these other ones. So come to the index.js, then let form element equal to document dot get element by id. No, get element by id. Yes, I think the id is submit form. Okay, so we have the submit form now. Normally the default behavior is, if I should enter something corporate, if I should submit it, it will submit it to the current page and reload the page, but that is not what I want. So the reason why it is throwing up like that, I think, is because of this live server extension. So how do I use document object model to control what happens when somebody clicks on submit? So I can do something like this. I can say form elements dot add event listener. Then what event do I want to handle? The submit. Then I can do something like function. So every time the user carries out an event in JavaScript, JavaScript is going to create an event variable for you. It is going to create an event object rather. So the event object, you can use it to do whatever you want to do. So you can say do something like e. So it's going to be accepting the event coming from JavaScript. So the first thing you might want to do is e.prevent default. Now e.prevent default, if I should save this and I enter something, well, no matter what I do, nothing happens because I've prevented the default using JavaScript. No matter what I do, I have prevented the default. I have prevented the default. So now I'm free to do whatever I want to do inside the form. So you can get the values that the user enters. You can get it using the, let me see, let's the entry equal to document dot get element by id, and the id is going to be what? The id is going to be name, I guess. Yes, the id is going to be name, then dot value. Okay, so that's going to be the, no, what am I doing, value. So value, so you can just console.log whatever the user enters, which is name, which is entry. Save this. So whatever you enter, you can see, you can do something like you can see whatever the user enters, you just log it here. But if I should take this event listener away, you are going to be getting something way different. If I come here and I enter whatever I enter, if I should click on submit, you see my program is shouting. But um, with the event listener, I can control what happens. Now, this doesn't mean that anytime you submit a form that on your end your form is going to throw up. The reason why it is throwing up is because of my live server. So we just leave that for now. So now we also have the browser compatibility to take into cognizance. So keep in mind that browser compatibility can be an issue when working with the DOM, because modern JavaScript libraries like jQuery can help with cross-browser compatibility. So some old browsers may not be familiar with your DOM, but most modern day browsers will actually accommodate your DOM, so your DOM manipulations. So another thing you might want to put into consideration is performance. So when manipulating the DOM, be mindful of performance, because now that you understand how the document object model works, it doesn't mean that everything that you want to do on your page, you attach an event listener to it, on scroll, it will be looking messy, even the layout, but most importantly it might be slowing down your web browser, which means bad business for you, since it's going to generate a poor user experience. So keep your DOM manipulation as minimal as possible. Make sure it is only when necessary that you come up with your DOM manipulation. Also, you have to be cautious of user generated content because it can contain malicious code. So make sure that all inputs, for example, this thing I did here, make sure that all inputs have been sanitized and verified before committing it to your database or before sending it to the destination. So you can also use regex to match your string. So I think we stop here for now. I think we stop here for now. So let's look at the DOM exercise. Let's look at the DOM exercise. So come here. So you are creating a simple to-do list manager using HTML and JavaScript. So the goal is to allow users to add, edit, and delete tasks from the list. So you can see the hints that I've provided. So you are going to use CSS to make your to-do list visually appealing. So I'm going to, sometime in the future, maybe after uploading this particular video, I'll do a video that explains this particular exercise. I'll do a video that explains this exercise. So if by the time you are watching this video you are finding it difficult to do this, you can just check the channel. You will see the video somewhere. You will see the video somewhere. So let us talk about event handling. So let's talk about event handling. Event handling in JavaScript is a crucial aspect of web development, enabling you to create interactive and dynamic web pages. It involves responding to user actions such as mouse clicks, keyboard input, and touch events, as well as events triggered by the web browser itself, like page loading, resizing. So like I said, events are actions or occurrences that happen in the web browser. Example includes mouse clicks, keyboard presses, form submission, like what we did here. this form submission like what we did here. Then we also have page loads and many more. So events are central to creating interactive web applications. So the event listener, this event listener that we have used a bit, an event listener is a JavaScript function that waits for and responds to a specific event, just as we did here. This event listener is patiently waiting until it will not execute until you submit this button. Until you submit this button, it will not execute. Take a good look at the one that we did somewhere here. Where is it? The one that we used for this btn, for this button, for example. I don't think the event listener is there anymore, such that if we click on it, it will show clicked here that we did a few minutes back. So that is an event listener. So you can attach event listeners to HTML elements using JavaScript, just like we did here. Add event listeners. So we have event types. We have different event types. We have the click, which is what we did here. We have the double click. We have the mouse hover. We have the mouse out. The mouse over, the mouse out. We also have the keyboard events. We have the key down, key up, key press. If you press Q, pressing R, pressing any of the keys on the keyboard, there is an event for it. Then we have the form event. We have the form event. We have the submit. We have the reset. If you have a reset button here, you can attach an event listener to it as a reset. Then we have the focus, the blur, and etc. Then we have document events, the events that are particular to the web page itself. We have the load, we have the unload, we have the resize, and we have a lot of them. So the event handling steps that we have to handle events in JavaScript, all you have to do is to select the HTML element first, which is what we did here. You select the HTML element first. Let me come back to my button. Where is my button? So let me space the button too. Let me space the button too. So this is the button over here. Okay, so this button over here is what I want to add the event listener to. So come here. Okay. Um, let button be equal to no document dot query selector. Let me use the query selector. So I can say button then btn. This is a valid css selector. So button dot add event listener. So what is the event that I want to add? I can say click. Then don't forget, the first thing you want to do is to select the element. Don't forget, that is your first step, to select the element. Then the next thing you want to do is to attach an event listener, which is this click here now. So what function will be executed when they click? You can We can call the function log to console. Now, if you look at every event listener that we have been working with before now, I declared the function inline. You can see the function e. I just declared it inline together with the event listener. And the first time I declared this buttons event listener, I just declared it inline. But in this case now, I'll show you how you can declare outside. So you just enter the name of the function here, straightforward. So you say function, then log to console. So console.log this button is has or have been clicked. Okay, so save this. You can see that my program is not throwing up. My program is not shouting. So that is to tell you that the code I wrote here is valid. So you can decide to attach your event listener like this, like inline. You can just add it to the function directly, or you can add the name of your function, then you declare the function separately. This comes in handy, especially when you want to attach this event listeners to multiple elements. If you have multiple elements that you will click on and this event listener will be triggered, this is very sensible, because you can just attach it to as many elements as possible instead of declaring it in line. In this case now, why declaring this one inline? If I want to attach this particular function to another form, I have to declare this function just the same way it is here in that event listener too. But in this case now, I can just declare the function outside, then I'll just enter the name of the function. Then in any other element I want to attach it to, I'll just include it there as well. So come here and click. You can see if I want to attach this function to any other um, okay, let me use this span text for example. So output dot add event listener. The event I want to add is a click event, and what is the name of the function, which is the callback function, log to console. Let me save this, and I think it is this. You can see this second one over here. Every time I click it, and every time I click this one, you can see both of them, they are responding to the same event is responding to this click. You can see. So that is how you can do that. um then we have the event object. When an event occurs, the browser creates an event object that holds information about the event, such as the target element, the event type, and the event properties. So this event element is this thing that we did here. This thing we used here. So that is what you call the event. That's what you call the event object. The event object. Now, if you look at what I did here, instead of just logging it to the console directly, I said the function, the callback function, is going to be accepting the event object. Then this event object log the event object here. So if you come here, you can see the event object here. This is the event object. This is the event. You can see the source element. The source element. If I click on this other one now, it will create another event element. And if you see the source object, you can see that this one is span. I clicked on this other one. You can see that it's giving me span. The target is span, but for this other one, you can see it is button. So that is the event object. So we also have the event bubbling and the capturing. So we events in the DOM follow a bubble or capturing phase. So capturing starts from the root and goes down to the target element. So you can use the add event listeners method. Third parameter to third parameters use capture to control the element flow. But I've never had to do that before, so I'll just skip that for now. You can always Google your way through it. I don't want to make this tutorial as more complicated. So you can also remove an event listener. You can remove an listener. All you have to do is just to call the remove event listener method. For example, let me remove the event listener from this span. I will remove the event listener from span. So I can just say output dot remove event listener. Um, oh, sorry, I'm supposed to add the function to log to console. Oh, very good, very good. I was supposed to add the function too. So remove the event listener. So you see, if I click on span, nothing happens anymore because I've used span is what is represented by this output over here. So I've removed the click event. So the only click event is available to this one only. So span doesn't have the event anymore. So we also have other things. We have the event delegation. So event delegation is a technique where you attach a single event listener to a parent element to handle event for its child element. But I'll just leave that out for now. Just know it exists. Then we also have the preventing default action. Preventing default action in summary is what we did here. When you submit a form, automatically it posts or gets the data in the whatever you set as the destination, this action over here, if it is a post method form, it will just post the data to whatever you supply here. If it's a get form, then it will just send the data with the get method. So, but with what I've done here, I've prevented the default action. You can see, I've prevented the default action. So anything that I set for it to do inside here is what will happen, no matter what you set as the method or the action or whatsoever. So basically, with this prevent default, I have killed the action and the method as well. So it's more like rendering it useless. It is whatever I set inside here that happens. So that is how you prevent default action. That is how you prevent the default action. So another thing you can do under event listeners, you can stop event propagation. You can you can stop event propagation, which is bubbling or capturing using the stop propagation method. But I'll leave that one out for now. Also, it's something that you can always Google around. So we also have the event handling libraries. So while vanilla JavaScript is sufficient for simple event handling, so you can also use jQuery and frameworks like React for frontend to provide additional abstractions and utility for event management. So cross-browser compatibility as well. You have to be mindful of cross-browser compatibility when handling events because some old browsers may have a different implementation for handling events, but most modern day browsers, trust me, they respond to event listeners properly. So we also have asynchronous event handling. So some events like Ajax requests or user interactions may involve asynchronous actions, which is what we will treat in some coming minutes. So they may involve asynchronous actions. So ensure proper handling of asynchronous code within your event listeners. Very important. So some of the best practices that comes with this event listeners, you have to keep event handling code organized and maintainable. Keep it as neat as possible so you can easily modify it when needed, and it should be readable, especially when you are working in a team. So you don't define an element here and you are using it in the next project and nobody knows where it is coming from. So you have to use descriptive event handler function names. Look at what I did here, log to console. Anybody that sees this, no matter how blind you are, you will know what I'm talking about. And anybody that sees this. So you can see log to console. Let your event handler function names, let them be as descriptive as possible. Also comment your code where required because comment your code to explain complex event handling logic. So comment your code where necessary. You can just come here, call back to log to console. So let's just say function. So log to console. Just something very descriptive. So in summary, event handling is a fundamental concept in web development, enabling you to create interactive and dynamic web applications. So understanding the different type of events, event listeners, and event handling techniques is essential for building responsive and user-friendly web pages. So let's see the exercises for event handling. Okay, you create a simple HTML and CSS setup with a button and an H1 tag. So make the H1 tag color change randomly when user clicks on the function. So basically you have to create a function that generates a random color. So but that is not the function that you add to the event listener. So you create two functions. The first function will create a random color. The second function is going to use the first function to generate a random color. Then it will assign it as the color of that particular H1 tag. So I've done something almost similar when I change the color of this span to. So you use a function to generate the new color, then you use the event listener to attach that color as the color of span 2. That is what you're doing for the first one. For the second one, create a simple HTML JS setup, create an H1 tag, set the value to 0. Then you create two buttons. One will be used to increase the value of H1 by 1, while the other will be used to reduce the value. So basically, you have an H1, then you have two buttons. The first one can be increment, the second one can be decrement. So I think I've done this exercise in one of my videos before, the HTML tutorial on the channel. So when I was doing a bit of introduction to JavaScript and what it can do, I think this is what I used. So you can always check it out. So just the HTML tutorial, the ending part. I think the last lecture there. Asynchronous JavaScript. This is where I will tell you to pay maximum attention, because this gets a lot of people scared when they hear asynchronous JavaScript. And trust me, it is not complicated at all. It's not complicated. Like I tell people, in this life, everything is hard till the day you learn it. Everything is hard till the day you learn it. So let's move on to asynchronous JavaScript. So for you to understand asynchronous JavaScript, you need to understand synchronous programming. Synchronous programming. So synchronous programming is the traditional way of writing code where each operation is executed sequentially. For example, everything we have been doing before now is synchronous programming, such that this code will be executed before this one, then this will be executed before this one. Everything line by line. It will move from one line to the other. That is what you call synchronous programming. So where, where each operation is executed sequentially, one after the other. In this model, when an operation, reading a file or making a network request, is initiated, the program will wait for it to complete before moving on to the next one. So if one operation takes a long time, it can block the entire program, causing it to feel slow and unresponsive. So if, for example, reading this particular value now, reading this value, if reading this value will take the whole day, then this particular function will take the whole day, because this is slow. So it will make it look unresponsive, because it is synchronous programming. It will move from line 488 to line 489 to line 450. So if for one reason or the other, line 449 rather, line 449 is taking the whole day, then the whole function will take the whole day to execute. So let me give you an example of a synchronous program. So so for the synchronous programming, I can do something like console.log, then start. Okay. So console.log start for, so I can do something like I is less than, maybe say 20. Just console.log. I like to use this. Um, iteration index. Iteration index. So you can see what I have over here now. You can see what I have over here. Iteration 1, iteration 2, iteration 3, iteration 4, starting from 0 rather. Starting from 0. So I can just add another console.log end. So you see the start over here. You see the start over here. Iteration 0, 1, 2, up to 19, then it will end. So in the above example, the start is logged first, then the loop runs, then finally end is logged. The program proceeds steps by step without interruption. This is what we call synchronous programming. Now, on the other hand, what is asynchronous programming? What is asynchronous programming? So, asynchronous programming allows multiple operations to be executed concurrently without blocking the program's execution. In this case now, you are going to be logging start first, you run the loop, then you log end. But in the case of asynchronous programming, you can have multiple um, multiple programs running at the same time. multiple processes rather running at the same time without blocking the program's execution. So instead of waiting for an operation to complete, the program continues to execute other tasks. When the asynchronous operation finishes, it triggers a callback or resolves a promise, allowing the program to respond to the result. So let us show an example of asynchronous programming. Okay, let me use this one. Oh, let me just so now there's a function called set timeout. So this set timeout function takes two parameters. The first one is the function. Um, so this function now you can do something like console.log, maybe inside timeout. So for this one, let's say 1000. So basically what this one is doing is that it is going to wait for 1 second. Going to wait for 1 second. Then it will log end. So save this one. You can see start end then inside timeout. If you look at the way this program executed, you will see that it executed 475 first, which is 475. Then it executed 481. Where is 481? This is 481. Then it now executed 478, which is 478 here. So it will wait for 1 second before executing this one. You see that, you see the way asynchronous programming works now. You execute this one first, then it will hit this function over here. After hitting the function, the set timeout, it is going to wait for 1 second. Whatever you end, this is 1000 milliseconds. Make 1 second. So it will wait for 1000 milliseconds, which is practically 1 second. Then console.log end. But it will run this first before running this. Then it will finally run this one because obviously it has to wait for a second. So in the example, start is logged, then the set timeout function is called, and end is logged immediately without waiting for the timeout to finish. After 1 second, inside timeout, set timeout is logged. So set timeout is a built-in JavaScript function used for asynchronous programming. It schedules a function instead of running it sequentially. It will schedule the function. That is the correct diction to use. It schedules the function to be executed after a specific delay in milliseconds. Don't forget, this is milliseconds, 1000 milliseconds. So it is often used for tasks like delaying the execution of code, animation, or for making Ajax requests. So we also have another one called set interval. We have another inbuilt function called set interval. Now, set interval is another inbuilt Java function for asynchronous programming. It repeatedly calls a function or code or executes a code snippet at specific intervals in milliseconds until it stops. It executes it at specific intervals. Intervals. So how do you use the set interval? Let it let me take all these ones out. Set interval. Let's count equal to 0 for a start. Then you can do something like const interval, maybe id. Okay, interval id. Then you set the interval. You start with the function. So the first thing you want to do might be to increment count. You can say count plus plus. Don't forget, count have to be like this. Count plus plus. Then you can do something like console dot. Let me use this one that I have over here. So can say interval, then count. Can say interval count. Then now if the count, don't forget, if count is equal to 3, then clear the interval, and the interval you want to clear is interval id. So basically what we are doing with this function that is over here is to stop the interval after 3 times. That is what we are doing. Stop the interval after 3 times. After 3 times. So and so this will be executed just every 1 second. This will be executed every 1 second. Okay, this will be executed every 1 second. So if I save this, you can see interval 1, interval 2, interval 3. Then after the interval 3, it will clear the interval. You can see interval 1, interval 2, interval 3. So that is how this one works. That is how it works. Mm, you can see start end, then every 1 second, start end, start end, then every 1 second it starts to execute this one. So you can see how it works. It's asynchronous programming. So let me take this one out and take this one out. Yeah. So that is it. So now in the example that we just finished now, the function is executed every second, incrementing the count variable, then it will log it. After it runs 3 times, clear interval is used to stop the interval. So the key differences between synchronous and asynchronous programming, the set timeout and the set interval. The synchronous programming, it executes tasks sequentially, plugging the program's execution until each task is complete. It will execute it sequentially. It will make sure that the line that comes before the current line is executed completely before going to the code of the current line. Then we have the asynchronous programming. It executes tasks concurrently, allowing the program to continue executing other tasks while waiting for asynchronous operations to finish. We have the set timeout, executes a function once after a specific delay. Then we have the set interval, repeatedly executes a function at specified intervals until stopped. Until stopped. When you stop it is when you call your clear interval. When you stop it is when you call your clear interval. So you have to be careful using this set interval so your device doesn't run into an infinite loop or something like that. So just make sure that at some point you have to clear the interval. You have to clear the interval. So asynchronous programming is essential for handling tasks that may take time, especially tasks that may take time, very important, such as fetching data from a server, reading files, or responding to user interactions without freezing the user interface. So it improves responsiveness and efficiency of applications by allowing them to perform multiple tasks simultaneously. So that about asynchronous programming. Let's look at the exercises for asynchronous programming. um we have the delayed greeting, the countdown, the fetch data, the timed alerts, the interval counter, the delayed sum, the delayed message, and all these other ones. So you can just work on them. You can just work on them. Promises is not complex. Promises is not complex, but at some point you have to be using async and await. You have to be using async and await, which is it is not complex like I said, but it is not a beginner concept. But I'll be doing just a bit of introduction. Then when you need something that you have to do that I have not introduced to you here, you can always Google your way around it. Okay, so we move on to promises now. Promises are fundamental parts of JavaScript for handling asynchronous operation. They provide a structured way to work with asynchronous code and handle the results or errors. Don't forget, you are handling both the results and the errors. So, two things that should be coming to your mind now. An operation is going to be executed. It either generates a result or an error. So, um, the result or the error that may occur. In this detailed guide, we will explore what promises are, how to use them with .then and .catch. .then will resolve the result, while .catch will resolve the errors. So, how to chain promises as well. So, promises are objects that represent the eventual completion or failure of an asynchronous operation. It represents the completion or the failure of an asynchronous operation. Now, they provide a linear and more structured way to work with asynchronous code compared to just ordinary callbacks. So, promises have three major states. Three states. Promises have three states. We have the pending, which is the initial state, never fulfilled, never rejected. We have the fulfilled, the operation is completed successfully. Then we have the rejected, the operation encountered an error. So, how do you create a promise? You can create a promise using the promise constructor, passing a function with resolve and reject parameters. So, you can do something like so you can say const my promise equals to a new promise, then this promise resolve and reject. Okay, no, it should be resolve and reject. Reject is supposed to be inside this. Okay, resolve and reject. Then don't forget our function. Then mm, the next thing you want to add is the function. So basically, what you are going to be having here is an asynchronous code. What you are going to be having here is the asynchronous code. Whatever asynchronous code you want to write, you'll be writing it inside here. Don't forget, you have a resolve and a reject. This is how you create a promise. Basically, just bring in your asynchronous code, you put it here. That is how you create your promise. So we can do something like this. You can say let number, just something we can use to test. Then we can say number equal to maybe 9. Okay, then we now say if number percentage 2 equal to 0. That is if the number is an even number. Then resolve. Okay, or let me say number is even. Okay, so else reject number is odd. Okay, so you see the way I've constructed my promise now. You can see my promise equal to a new promise. You can use my resolve, my reject, you can use x and y, but most people just tend to use resolve and reject, so which I believe is more self-explanatory. So you can use the resolve and the reject. So if the resolve and the reject, at some point you will call it inside your promise function, but just know how to work your way around it. Know how to work your way around it. We have the resolve, we have the reject. So based on certain conditions, you call anyone. as appropriate. In my case, I'm saying that let the number equal to 9. If the number is even, then resolve number is even. If the number is odd, then reject number is odd. So resolve is going to be taking like the successful completion of the promise, while reject is going to be handling the unsuccessful completion of the promise. Okay, so now using the dot then to handle the successful completion of a promise. So you can come down here and do something like my promise dot then. So maybe then you can do something like can do something like resolve, then you can console dot log. Where's my template string? I have my template string, yes. Console.log, then promise resolved, then I'll add the resolve. Okay, resolve. So that is how you catch the resolve. But if it is the reject, you can say it should be dot catch. It should be dot catch. This will be reject. Then rejected. So if I save this, you can see on cut in promise number is what? Odd. Let me delete this one. You can see what I have over here. You can see. You can see. In promise number is odd. That is, let me save this so it will clear the interval. You can see number is odd, which is what I'm which is what ended up becoming. No, this should be reject. Okay, exactly, this is what it should be. You can see promise rejected number is odd, and you can see on cut in promise number is odd. So what if I have something like 8 here? You see promise resolved number is even. Promise resolved number is even. You can see the dot then over here is what is being executed, because obviously it is the successful completion of the promise that I experienced. So if it was the unsuccessful completion of the promise, which is what reject is going to handle, then obviously you're going to be having an error. So that is how you use dot then and dot catch. So you can also chain promises together. You can chain promises together. So you can have multiple promises, or you can have a promise. Promises can be chained together to execute asynchronous operations in a sequence using dot then. So dot then, each dot then is going to be returning a new promise. I'm just going to show you what something looks like. So you can do something like promise one, just the same way I have my promise over here. So you can do something like promise one, then dot then results. So you're going to be having process one results, then it will return promise two. So this one too will return another promise, which is will be a resolve or a reject. You get. So after this promise one now dot then, so you will come down and you have another dot then, the result. This one will be process two result. So this one will be promise three. So this promise three, um let's create one more promise. So this will be promise, or let's say this one is returning the final result. Sha. No, just return results or final result. So this one is going to be the process 3. So this one will be the process 1 results coming from something like this. Process 1 results, then we have the process 2 results as well, then the final results. So you can now add your dot catch at some point to handle error from any of the steps. So you can have dot catch, then the error. So you come here, you handle your errors. So this is how you can chain your promises. But well, I've never had to chain a promise before, so I just leave all those out for now. I just want to show you that it is doable. So then apart from that, we also have promise.all that takes an array of promises and returns a single promise that resolves all the promises in the array. That resolves when all the promises in the array they are fulfilled. So we also have the promise.raise that takes an array of promises and returns a single promise that resolves or rejects as soon as one of the promises in the array is resolved or rejected. So you can also handle your errors using the dot catch, like I said. So we also have the async await. So modern JavaScript also gives room for the async await syntax. The async await syntax. So there is this async await syntax that modern JavaScript offers for working with promises in a more synchronous like manner. Synchronous like manner means that you are basically telling your program to wait. Let this promise be returned before you continue. You must wait for the promise to return before you continue. So now, let me give you an example. So you can do something like now this is the promise over here. This is the promise over here. So you can write a function down here. You can say async function. You can do something like fetch data. So this fetch data now, you're going to be having something like try. You can use a try except, try catch rather. So we didn't do try catch in this tutorial, but at least you can use this opportunity to learn it. So try catch basically helps you to handle exceptions. Helps you to handle exceptions. So const results equal to await. Very important. Await my promise. So it will wait for the promise to be returned. Then console.log promise returned. Okay, promise returned. Then you can do something like I like to use this error occurred. Okay, so the error occurred. Let me space this. So now if I should save this, now this promise resolved number is even is coming from this one. It's coming from this one. It's coming from this one. So let me see if I can call fetch data. You see, it waited for promise to be executed. So that is how you use async await. You can see async then await. So this fetch data basically is where you are going to be calling the promise. Is where you are going to be calling the promise. Well, in summary, promises are a powerful tool for managing asynchronous operations in JavaScript. They allow you to write more structured and maintainable code, making it easier for you to work with asynchronous tasks and handle errors gracefully. Promises are a foundation for building reliable and responsive web applications. So let's check what we have under promises. Okay, I have just five exercises for you here. Delayed message. So you want to display a message. This message. So fetch data, file uploads. You have three promises. You want to execute all three. So just then we have the error handling. So these are all the exercises you have to do under promises. Ajax stands for Asynchronous Javascript and XML. So, what is Ajax? It is a set of web development techniques used to create asynchronous web applications. So, Ajax enables the exchange of data between a web page and a server without requiring a full page refresh. You understand? So, if you take a good look at this form that we have over here, like I said, by default, when you submit this form, what happens is that it will submit whatever information you have at this particular URL that you have here. Whatever you supply here, that is where it's going to submit the form. But with the help of the event listener, we have prevented the default. But on the other hand, Ajax gives you the ability to send the data, to exchange data without having to reload the whole web page. Whole web page. So Ajax enables the exchange of data between a web page and a server without requiring a full page refresh, like I said. Then the key components of Ajax, we have asynchronous. Ajax allows data to be fetched or sent without blocking other operations on the web page. So it relies on JavaScript to make asynchronous requests and handle responses. Then we have XML, which is optional. So historically, XML was often used as the data format, but nowadays, JSON is more commonly used. JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. You can also use XML. Some few individuals still use XML, but JSON is what is more widely acceptable. So Ajax use cases: loading data dynamically without refreshing the entire page, submitting form data in the background without a full page reload. Like I said, when you submit by default, the it will submit the data to the next page, meaning that it will automatically go to the next page and submit the data there. So we also have auto suggest search results. When you come to Google and you try to search for something, you can see all these things that are here. Let me All these ones are my search history. Um so let me have maybe JavaScript. Okay, so you can see search suggestions. So all those things are part of what you can do with Ajax. So you can also retrieve data from a server to populate web page content. Then we have the XML HTTP request. So XHR object. So the XML HTTP request object is used for making asynchronous requests in Ajax, and it allows you to send HTTP requests to a server and handle responses. Okay, and handle responses. But for this tutorial, okay, we also have the fetch API. So the fetch API is a modern alternative to XML HTTP requests. It provides a more powerful and flexible way to make HTTP requests and handle responses. So fetch returns promises and makes it easier to work with asynchronous code. So I'm going to be using fetch to do this demonstration. I'm going to be using fetch. You can use XML HTTP, but I don't want to keep this tutorial longer than it should be. So now let us work with the fetch. HTTPS dot slash slash dummy json dot com. Okay, so this is it. Yes. So exactly. So this is what we are looking for. Docs close. Okay. So this is the API over here. So this is what we're going to be using. So we're going to be using, let us work with the products. Let us work with the products. So you can see the fetch. You can see the fetch over here. You can see the fetch. So they are telling us to fetch https dot slash slash the dummy.json.com then slash product, you can see dot then it returns a promise dot then console.log. So results.json. So if you copy this, bring it here, you can see the fetch API, the way the fetch API works. So okay, so you can see this fetch dot then returns a promise, then dot then again. Whatever is returned over here, I can just console.log it. So save this. If I come back to my console, you can see product. It is giving me 30 products. You can see it is giving me 30 products. So you can see the way this dummy JSON, it is an API in a faraway server, but with my computer I can communicate with that server. I'm requesting for data from the server. That is what I'm doing here, and you can see dot then it is whatever result the server is giving me, I'm converting it to JSON. Then after converting it to JSON, I'm logging it to my console. Basically, that is how the fetch works. That is how the fetch works. If you want to play around with this particular API, so you can just come here. You can see the way they use the fetch over here. Come here and the product ID. Save this and you come back here. You can see it. Now you can see that we have this product. You can see the limit is 30, skip is 0, total is 100. Then we have the product over here. We have the product. So let's do a bit of manipulating this data. The first thing I want to do is, instead of just using this console.log over here, let me just create a data object. Data. Then anything that is returned by this dot then is what will be taken as data. So okay, so now what do I want to do? I can console.log data first. So you can see I'm logging the data now. Console.log the data itself. Now if you open the data, you can see that the one key limit is 30. If you remember the objects, if you remember your data objects, your object exactly. So you can see the name is what? Halogeneous. Age is what? 30. Then its student is false, and you can see this nested array, the nested array. So we have the house number. This is the house number. The state is California. The country is what? Burundi. So you can see how we did this. So if you come down, if you look at this one now, you can see the limit is 30. The product is what? Is another nested is another array. So skip total and all that. So what we are interested in is products. So not all your APIs will be like this, please. Not all your APIs will be like this. But what we are interested in this case is just this API. And if you check the documentation, they said for to get a single product, this is what we use. But to get all products, which is what we got. So data is what? Data products. Come back to this place. If I should save this one, so you see that the only thing I'm getting now is the products. I'm not getting the limit and all those rubbish. I don't need them. So you can see the only thing I'm getting now is the product. If I should open one of the products, for each and every product, I have a brand, I have a category, I have a description, I have a discount percentage, I have the image of the product too. I have the image, then I have the price, I have the rating, the stock, and another thumbnail, then the title itself. So one thing I can do is that for each and every product I have here, just show me the title. For each and every product, just show me the title, and that is very simple. You bring in your for loop, then you iterate through data.product. So come here, then don't forget the array, then this index, let me change it to I. Mind you, all those selections that I'm doing it with Control D. All the selections I'm doing with Control D. So for example, this eye now, all the eyes that are the next eyes, you can just select all the eyes. So I can just say products. Okay. So now for each and every product, select the individual product first. Then what I want you to do for me is to console.log the name of the product. And if you can see now, this is not a list, this is an this is not a, you can see the type of array that I have over here, the JSON object. So what I want to do is just the brand. So just the same way I did initially, I can just say product, indexing what brand. No, it should be title. It should be title. So if I should save this and I take this one out, voila. You see what I get? You see what I get? Key holder, handlecraft Chinese, 3D embellishment, art lamp, and so on and so forth. So these are the names of the products that this API is sending to me. You can use any API you want. Just check the documentation and you are good to go. Another thing that this API can give to us, I think, is the product, the user rather, the user. Um, there's a time when, yeah, exactly. So you can see posts, you can see comments, so you can see users. But let us get all users. Let us get all users. So I think it's just this one. If you want to get all the users, so come here, just to get all users, take the single quote out. So let me just log the data itself. Let me log the data itself. So I will take this one out for now. If I save this, come back here, you can see the data itself. So limit, skip, total, then the users. You can see the users. For each and every user, I have the address, which is another array. Then I have the I think this is the card number, the credit card information of the person. I have the birth date, the blood group, the company, the domain. I have the email, I have the eye color, the first name, the gender, and all that. So you can see that I have a lot I can do with this information that I have. So I can create a table. I can do whatever I want with the data that I have now. So let me log users alone. If I save this, you can see it is not giving me the whole information. What I want is just the users part. So let us log the user's name. Let us use the user, or we can do a bit of information about the user actually. So we can say let's output, or let's profile equal to this. So I can do something like first name, then dollar sign. This one will be users. Let me this one be user. Then this one will be users. Okay. So for this user now, this will be user indexing first. You can see what I have here. First name. So first name. So then go to the next line. For the last name, let me open one of this one. First name. Then I have the last name over here. So last name. Then user indexing last name. Okay. So basically I'm using the key last name. Then what other information can we let us do gender and age. So gender, user gender. Then we also have age. User age. What else can we let us do email, then user email. Then what else can we do? We don't need hair. Let's do height. Let's do height. user height. Um, okay, I didn't log it to the console, yes. But let's see if there's any other thing that we can use. So let's do eye color as well. The eye color $sign user eye color. Then let's just do let's do username. Username. Then after username, we can do weight. User weight. Is there any other one? Let's do phone. The last one we are going to do is phone. Email, phone. Then user phone. Okay. So now that we have the profile, we can this product or title. We don't want it. So just profile. If I save this, now you can see for every user that dummy JSON is giving me. So the first name for this one is Terry. Last name, okay. The reason why it is giving me all these spaces over here is because of all these spaces. That's the reason why it's giving me those. But I'll just leave that for now. So last name is, you can see the last name, the username, the weight, the gender, the age, the email, the phone number, the height, and the eye color. So I have it for every user that is there. You can see I have it for every user, for every user. So what can you do with, what interesting thing can you do with this information? You can create a table, can decide to create a table with all this information. But what I will do is I will create a new span. I will create a new span and add it to any of the divs that we have over here. I will create a new span and add it to any of the divs. So come here, and which one should we use? Okay, you see this empty div over here, this empty div over here. So what will happen is that we will wrap all this information around the span element, then we add it to this div over here. So that is what we are going to do. But for that to make any sense, we have to add a new line character. But let's wait first. So what do we want to do? Let's parent equal to document dot get element by id. After getting the element by id, what is the id? The id is empty. Yeah, empty. So what is the next thing I want to do? The next thing I want to do is that okay, I can just say, instead of logging into the profile, I can just say, okay, so instead of adding it one after the other, I can just say let build equal to an empty string, so I'll add it one after I'll add everything at once. So I can do something like build plus equal to profile, but don't forget we have to wrap it with a span and close it with another span tag, okay. So now at the end of everything, what I want to do, that is outside of this for loop, what I want to do is to say parents dot inner html will be equal to build. Save this. So you can see what I have now. The parent.inner HTML is going to be, so instead of, you can see that now I'm wrapping everything with a span. That is the reason why when I logged it, it is logging together with a span. So let me do a bit of opening now all these ones now. So if I should just mark, you can see just a bunch of information without any form of demarcation. So let's go and fix it. So what I will want to do is that I will want to add a new line to every information that I have. A new line character, then a new line, add a new line just to make everything look neat. Add a new line, and a new line. So if I save this first, um, something is wrong with the network. Okay, so the information is here. So, oh, sorry, the new line character isn't what I'm supposed to add. I'm supposed to add the line break. The line break. So there is this, since it is inner HTML that I'm modifying. Please take notes. So this is the line break here. Um, BR, yes. So you can add this one. So if I save this, you can see the line break is working now. I wasn't supposed to use the escape character. So this is the line break. The HTML element. This is an HTML element. The line break. So you can see what I have now. The first name Terry, the last name whatsoever, the gender male, but I'm not getting any demarcation between concurrent profiles, between sequential profiles. So what I can do is to, at the beginning of the span, I can add two. So it will just give me two line breaks. Okay, you can see now. You can see two line breaks. First name is Terry and all that. Sheldon, Kingsley. So you can see what this is. This is the list you can do with information like this. This is the list you can do with the fetch API. So you can see, even with the fetch API, we've learnt another thing. So there's so much you can do, you can achieve with the fetch API. So moving on, Ajax requests are subject to the same origin policy, meaning that they can only make requests to the same domain as the web page. So cross-origin requests can be allowed through CORS headers on the server. So, and you have to be very cautious when handling sensitive data via Ajax to prevent security vulnerabilities like cross-site scripting. Make sure you sanitize and validate user input on the server side. Very, very important. So, the Fetch API is referred for making Ajax requests in modern web development due to its simplicity and promises support. So it is widely used in conjunction with other technologies like React, Vue, and Angular. So in summary, Ajax and the Fetch API are essential tools for creating dynamic and responsive web applications. They allow web pages to communicate with servers asynchronously, enabling features like real-time updates and dynamic content loading. So while XML HTTP request is a legacy approach, the Fetch API offers a more modern and standardized way to work with asynchronous data requests. So moving on, let us see. This is Ajax. So go to openweathermap.org. So you will see an API, get a free API key, then build a weather map basically, then get a free currency converter API online, then build an online currency converter with it. So these are going to be the two projects for this course that you are going to be working on. Every course that I do, I try to add a project, a major project to it. So this is the major project to it. And if you check the YouTube channel, if you check our channel, you will most likely see these two projects on the channel. So you will see the two projects on the channel. So you can just check the link in the description below. Check the link in the description below. Check the description. Yes, you will see the link to these two projects there. So check it out and use it to learn how to use the Ajax. So well, I guess that will be all for the tutorial. Thank you for staying till the end. Thank you for staying to the end. It has been a very long one, and I hope it was a very productive one as well. So I'll see you in the next tutorial. So don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment for us. Leave a comment to encourage us. So thank you very much. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Bye for now.